Hello, everybody. Sorry about the little bit of a false start there. Windows decided to reset right as I went live the first time. Guess better now than later. Hey, Wolf. So we are once again live, kind of in the pre-show phase before we do the Daedric tournament with Avron and Lotus here at 2. So about 45 minutes till that. As per normal, I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of a early bird giveaway going. Always love to do that. Yeah, the tease start, I guess. The tease start is right, Wolf. What we will do is actually just do another t-shirt. We'll do a t-shirt here at the start. Just a bit of an early bird. Let's go ahead and make sure I'll put 35 minutes on that. Getting those early rolls in. Nice, Wolf. Hope everybody is doing great today. This is obviously an earlier stream than normal, but we have a lot of amazing things planned today. We have the Daedric tournament. Later, we have our second Tavern Talks with Sakar. So it's pretty packed day. We're gonna go ahead and give away that new Loctopus t-shirt, the Party Loctopus t-shirt. How you doing, Cats with Pika? I hope you're well. Good to see you as always. We're just kind of easing in right now, vibing a little bit, getting ready. We're going to talk a little bit about the tournament that's coming up here in 45 minutes. Hey, Aramithius, good to see you. I'm really excited for the tournament. That's going to be happening at 2 Pacific time, so about 45 minutes till that. I'm pretty stoked. It's been an idea and something kind of floated around for a while, and schedules finally worked out so that Avron and Lotus can be here, and I think it's going to be a really kind of a unique and fun thing. This is the t-shirt we're giving away. We got a new design. So it's exclamation point anti-up. We always like to start the stream with a little bit of a free merch giveaway. So our Party Octopus. Jam-packed, yeah. Jam-packed stream is indeed. So for those who don't know, or maybe just heard about it recently when it tweeted about it, we are doing a Daedric Prince tournament. So a while back, I did a tier ranking just based on my own personal feelings of the Daedric Princes. But on our Discord, we have been doing votes for a while. And so those votes are what we ended up doing to seed the tournament for today. We'll discuss it a bit before we start, but how we're going to be doing the tournament rounds is we're going to be discussing which Daedric Prince is the strongest, the best, and we're going to be using a multitude of criterion for that. Main reason for that is if you face the Daedric Prince on the Daedric Prince's realm, some may be a little more oriented for like physical combat. So we're not going to just look at their strength, their realm, but the impact they've had on Nirn and on Tamriel over the ages, how they've influenced mortals, how they've manipulated mortals. We're going to be looking at their artifacts and kind of a wide variety of things to really kind of make a decision. And then we're each going to discuss our points. We'll rotate who starts discussing their point first, and then we'll basically have a vote. And there's 3 of us, so each round should never end in a tie. So our initial seeding has our preliminary matchup set with Uncle Sheo. Sheo Garath will be going against Molag Bal, who was our lowest seeded Daedric Prince. We have Clavicus Vile and Meridia at 8th and 9th seed. We're going to have Azura, our 4th seed, taking on Malkath. And the last set of matches rounding out the top half of our bracket is going to be our 5th seed Nocturnal against Boethia, our 12th seed. In the bottom half of the bracket, our number 2 seed was Herma Mora. And Herma Mora is going to be taking on that 15th seed Periite. Our 7th seed Hercene taking on 10th seed Mafala. Daddy Dagon taking on Namira. And finally, Sanguine taking on Vaymina. And then basically as those brackets go, we will eventually get to our finals. Obviously, the top 4 favorites from voting were Sheo Gorath, Hermaeus Mora, Azura, and Daddy Dagon. Though surprising to me, Nocturnal actually came in with the 5th seed. How you doing, Max Daddy? Good to see you. Hello, Fabi. How are you both? Hey, Velvet. Aramithius, Boethia 12th. What about the Triangle Truth? So these votes were clearly done a lot on people's guts and passions. We did them on Discord and stream. We kind of tabulated votes over a while. So some of the rankings, Sheo and Herma, and Azura, the top 4 really don't surprise me a lot. Maybe Azura, but I was actually really surprised with the kind of low ranking of Boethia. And I was honestly a little surprised, not to tip my hat too much in my opinions, but a little surprised with the such a high ranking for Nocturnal. You got less tickets, Wolf, than you were supposed to in the drawing. Not sure why. It seems to be set up correctly. So I'll have to take a look at that. Oh, it looks like when you first were in the channel for some reason, when you first anteed up, it didn't register that you were a subscriber to the channel. I am not sure why it didn't register that, but yeah, so when you first anteed up, that is unfortunately why. I can adjust tickets on my end though, so I'll just add a ticket there, Wolf. Hey Veronica, good to see you. Oh, you're setting up a gaming room in your new house? That's awesome, Fabi. Glad to hear it. Happy to hear that. People forget that Nocturnal's been screwed over by Marvel so much, although maybe she does prefer it that way. You know, maybe I'm not giving Nocturnal a fully fair shake. Inscrutable and all that. Fair Armistice. So curious who you all have, who you think is going to be the victor, or who you're rooting for in the tournament. An idea of how people are viewing it. So, Fabi, the way the tournament's going to work is at 2, when we're joined by Lotus of Doom and Avron Doodles, we'll each kind of discuss our opinion on the matchup, the data involved, and cast our vote. And we'll just start the voting different. So, like, first round might go like, I say my piece and vote, Lotus does, then Avron, and the next one would start with Lotus. That way we're not always ending on the same person, and whichever Daedric Prince gets 2 votes is going to move on to the next round. We'll also do the predictions, the channel point prediction thing for before each match, mainly to get an idea of how people are voting. Hey, Aramithius, I love to discuss opinions and hear opinions. This is a place to just type to your heart's content. I am the same way when I'm typing in a stream. I got my opinions and I'm going to share them. So you got your keyboard? I love to hear what you got to say. Hey, I'm doing great, Ezra. Really excited for this tournament. Like I said, we do have a t-shirt giveaway going at the moment, our early bird kind of merch giveaway. I have opinions and you will know them. and I mean, obviously I'll cover it again when they are here. But for those of you who might not be familiar with our co-host today, Avron Doodles, does streaming and other work for the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. So for UESP, streams Saturday nights there, streams on their own channel, does a lot with lore. And then Lotus of Doom, another streamer on the platform, also part of the Elder Scrolls lore podcast and the Tales of Tamriel podcast. So two people who are very versed in lore, very much probably have those same deep-seated opinions that Aramithius has about their own Daedric choices. So it should be a really good field to discuss. And I know it was asked before, but the reason Jigaleg is not on here is because though there are the events of the Shimmering Isle DLC, Jigaleg was turned into Sheogorath by the other Daedra. So instead of debating this or that, we're going to go with the kind of the standard 16 that you encounter in all the Elder Scrolls games. Also, let's face it, if all the Daedra had to come together to kind of neuter the power of Jigaleg, he probably would dominate this otherwise. You know, Lotus's prediction's awesome. Let me turn down music a touch. I mean, yeah. Hermamora is our second scene. There's a very strong argument to be had for the Demon of Knowledge. What are some of his other titles? Oh yeah, the Gardener of Men. Like Hermamora definitely more behind the scenes maybe than some others, but definitely powerful and definitely a huge favorite, I would think. Honestly, like for all of my preferences, my picks, I mean, I have a strong faith I'll probably get convinced a bit on Hermamora, and Hermamora is very strong. I think there's a very strong argument, even though he's much more direct, for Mehrunes Dagon. And I know a lot of people are favoring Sheogorath, and I know he's a fan favorite, but I think I have my odds on old Daddy Dagon. Aramithius. So yeah, Jiggy will be factored into Sheo's scoring. Since we're not doing a formal scoring system, we are three people with our opinions based on the lore across multiple games and outside of games and our takes on how things have happened. It is 100% fair to factor Jigglyg into Sheogorath, which is why Sheo still has probably a really good edge also. Like, I know it's something I'm going to bring up. It's kind of on each of the three of us to bring up our points and counterpoints as to why we think a particular Daedra should move on. But it'd be completely unfair not to factor in Jigglyg. Hermaeus Mora scared the actual bejesus out of me in Skyrim. I would cry the entire time I would do those spooky book quests. I mean, he's full on eldritch horror, so drives people to madness. Yeah. Hermamora is, exactly, Aramithius. Hermamora is a child who wants all the toys. And honestly, like, has the knowledge, in a lot of ways, has done things, or has been implied to have done things that are more manipulative of the other Daedric princes, which I think really also speaks to his strength as a prince, that he can manipulate other Daedra. I mean, sure, history is rife with different Daedra thwarting each other and manipulating each other, but like Herma does it in a way that makes it almost seem like it's your idea. Sheo is far better in the books than when we see him in the games. I agree, 100%. That's also true. Everything in the Elder Scrolls, from the books to the games to the lore, is always written from the perspective of the culture that wrote it or the people that wrote it. So the fact that we're going on Sheo telling us does need to be factored in. DJ Criswell, does your opinion count more because it's your contest? I mean, it would be fine if that. Nope, my opinion does not count more. The reason I specifically made sure there was going to be 3 of us and not 2 or 4 was that with an odd number, each of us gets 1 vote. Each of our votes is equal to the others. So whichever Daedra gets 2 votes, at least 2 votes, is going to move on regardless of my opinion. If I'm going to the 9s for Daddy Dagon and the other 2 are like, nope, it's Namira's victory, it would be Namira's victory. I think if we're going to debate lore, especially when it is, as I was just mentioning, kind of written and told by the perspective of the culture and the people you get it from, it'd be unfair for anybody to have like a little more of an edge in a vote than anyone else. Veronica, I haven't wanted to bother you, but I'd like to ask for a Dagoth dance because I've been sad. I'm always happy when you do it, if or when you have the time. Well, we are currently setting up for the tournament, but I will do the 80s Dagoth dance number following the tournament, Veronica. More than happy to do that. Also, Dagon possibly has the system rigged. He does have change in his sphere, so if he loses in an encounter, he achieves something. That's true. That's very true. Oh, yeah, Fabi. Yeah, there are books. And some of the things I've talked about on stream, in addition to like the lore you find in the games and books, the person who was the lore master who's crafting the lore of the world and the game when they made Morrowind really shaped a lot of the universe, honestly. Put out a lot of different information in regards to like where the lore was going and things like that. And I pull from that a lot too. Things I talk about like the Godhead and the possible origin of Chim. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Dagon is, yeah, he always achieves something. The thing about Dagon is he keeps trying. So that's my big comparison to Molag. And I don't think they're going to end up pairing up, in my opinion, looking at the brackets. So my big opinion between like Molag Bal and Dagon is Molag Bal is like an 80s cackling villain, monologuing, I'll get you next time. Does damage, but it never really furthers anything. And then he has another attempt. Every single one of Dagon's attempts is really factored around learning and achieving something. We obviously don't know what's going to happen in the Blackwood chapter, that exciting chapter coming up in ESO, but I'm pretty sure whatever happens there will thwart Dagon there. And they've been really on the ball with lore recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of the stuff that happens there is just him testing the waters for what comes with the Oblivion Crisis. And even the Oblivion Crisis, at the end of the day, is probably testing the waters for a different approach. It's very persistent. Oh yeah, Air answered your question. 2 novels. Most of it comes from lore in the books in the game. And again, it's the fun part about lore in this game is it's all up to interpretation. There's not like a Bible that's like, this is what for sure happened. You can read a book in one game and read the same book in another, and its events will be different because how the Nords perceive a situation is vastly different than how the Dunmer perceive it. No problem, Fabi. Good luck unpacking and getting your game room set up. Oh, that's true. That's true. He does have to get credit for the creation of vampires. Hey, Aramithius. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Loctopus party. Good to have you here. Hircine, yeah. There's Juicebox. Hircine. I mean, Hircine is a solid choice. Werewolves and also just an exciting Daedric Prince, being the thrill of the hunt. Yeah, it'll be an interesting discussion because a lot of the like I said, the Daedric Princes are also revered very differently depending like where we're speaking about culturally, like how the Reach folk view Hircine, how like a lot of the Daedric Princes show up under different names as deities and things revered by the Khajiit. So that's an impact that also needs to be like really considered. You should be sleeping, Noble, then you should sleep. But hello, it's good to see you. Popping in to say hi, Octavian, before all the betrayal later. Hey, Blasty, how you doing? Let me check Cats with Pika. I thought my redemptions were still off, so I may have to refund you until after the lore stream, depending on what it is. But let me take a look real quick. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and refund that for now. That way you have the points back, and then I'm going to turn it off until after the... Oh. I have no idea why that showed up on the screen. Sorry about that. Let me... That's my redemption window. And then I'll turn them all back on after the lore. Because it's really hard to keep up on all of our channel rewards while we're doing the lore stream, so... Promise immediately following the tournament I will turn them all back on. I'll leave like the raffle entry on, but like Bean Boozled and stuff will be off for the duration. Sanguine wants you to release the Eternal Party.
Release the party.
Although let's face it, there's no really I don't think there is a wrong answer. Because yeah, for all the lore, there's also just going to be a lot of opinion, I think, running wild. That's why we have 3 people. That's why I was really excited to get both Avron and Lotus, people who are very, very versed in lore. Hircine, you named one of our cats Hircine, so I know your opinion on Hircine Juice. Virgil did big runs, or Corgi did big runs, big barks. I mean, I feel like Virgil and obviously our cat Hircine also are rooting for Hircine because they really are children of the hunt. I am not sure. I've never done anything like this before, so I'm not sure how long it will take. So just taking a look at the matches, we have like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 15 matchups. I do feel like as we progress in the matchups, they'll get a bit faster because the first round, each of us is going to really kind of discuss probably the different Daedra, and then it's going to be more just comparing the two afterwards. My guess would be somewhere around the realm of 90 minutes. Again, I've never done anything like this before. It could be longer, but I'm guessing with 3 of us discussing things will be around 90 minutes. And then we're going to be starting in about 20 minutes. And then I'll get Lotus and Avron in a call. We'll get them situated on our lore stream. So this screen here. Get them in their things. Make sure that their audio is all good. And then, yeah, then we'll be kicking it off. Speaking of which, a message will come through every 30 minutes or so, but you can also use the command exclamation point guest, and that will give you links to both of the Twitch streams of our guests. And no problem, Katsupika. I love the story where someone escaped Hircine's hunt because he refused to run and Hircine saw no sport in hunting him. Sounds like Hircine. Is that an Alphic in the background? No. That is, I'll get him real quick. Not sure if you saw something on my shelf or if you just saw this shaggy little man walking around. This beast right here is Edmund. My other dog is Corgi, Virgil. They're the ones walking around. Our kitties are our kitties have to be in a room while I stream because they don't care about any of my streaming equipment when I don't stream. Perfectly fine. The minute I'm streaming, cameras, microphones, that's what they care about. Edmund is a man of decadence, this little prince is. So if I had to guess, I would say he is in favor of Sanguine winning, because if any of my children like to destroy things and throw a party and be decadent, it's this shaggy guy here. Okay. You good? Good thing, hi. I like most of the Daedric. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I put it up on YouTube after we did my personal tier ranking of the Daedric princes. I also like most of them. I did C tier Molag Bal. Again, my opinion is he's just the like Skeletor or Megatron. He'll get me next time. I feel like half of the things he's done right are because of generals or accident. I also know from a game standpoint that obviously they made Oblivion first, and then they made ESO, so the main storyline in ESO really mimics a lot from the Oblivion storyline. But since we do have to take it all in as like official lore, like everything Molag Bal would have done in an earlier era, Dagon just did better. Hey, Beldorn, good to see ya. Boys? Voicing your opinions too? I'm going to try something which may or may not work in ESO. I'm going to try to do some daily Vardenfall and Clockwork City quests, but not turn them in until the event to have tickets effectively banked. I think that'll work. I think the way quests work when it comes to event tickets in ESO, Criswell, I do think it's based on when you turn them in, not when you get them. I could be wrong. I'm actually not 100% on the mechanic, but I want to try the same thing because it looks like for this event coming up, we only get 2 tickets a day versus 3, and I want to make sure I am getting as much as I can. So Cool reduration. Oh, duration. Just working out when I may need to sleep. Kickoff is 10 p.m. Gotcha. Yeah. Fair enough. Tried to find a time that worked the best for everybody. I know people watch Twitch from all over the world though. It's gonna be about 2 p.m. for me. For Lotus, it's 5. So finding times that worked was a little tricky. Made a leaderboard in VMA. Oh, you made the leaderboard in VMA last night. That's awesome, Noble. Congrats. That's a good achievement. That's a great achievement. A little behind on chat. I'm just catching up. Hercene has some modicum of fairness in it. Yeah. I feel like a number of them have. I guess, yeah. Hercene has more fairness in terms of, I guess, what mortals would consider fair. Because that's the other thing when you're talking about Daedric princes is they don't necessarily exist within the spectrum of mortal values and virtues all the time. Like Azura's done some shady shit, but she's also viewed as like a generally like good Daedric prince. Edmund's a Daedric prince. He wants to be. He'll let the kitties out. Yeah, you can tell him behind in chat because we're talking about Edmund now. So the crack kitten. Yeah, I think the real Krakens are the crack kittens. I think part of Baal's issues are because of early. It's honestly very fair. Like they overhauled the game so much with one Tamriel, and then I feel like the lore in ESO really kicked off with it's not a chapter, but I call it like chapter 0. Hrothgar, like Orzammar. I feel like Orzamar's story is like really well put together, really well done, ties in and considers other lore. And I'm not sure when I know when the recent lore master took over for the last lore master, but I'm not sure if the last lore master was been the lore master the whole time. Hey Lotus, thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Lotus. So I'm not sure if he's been with the former lore master was the lore master during that time or not, but I think it's just, yeah, early ESO, like, yeah, the writing, it's good. And I've been going back through that classic content. Like a lot of the zone stuff is really solid. Yeah, they borrowed a lot more heavily. So that does factor in with Baal. Watching your YouTube channel, do you think about it for Wood Elf humor? Hey, we read that lore on stream. I have the leatherbound books. Just got them. That is the driest ass humor I've ever read from I'm sorry, Bosmer. Molig Bal and Dagon are on the bottom of my personal list. I like the ones who are fairly unique, but those two basically are just... So, I disagree with Dagon, and I think some things get overlooked with Dagon. You find it more in the lore than what you deal with in Oblivion. But like, as far as he is the tyrant, he doesn't just like darkness, destruction, horror. His plane resembles the closest thing we would think of like a hell dimension. He's also like had very good impact on races. I was pulling it up right here just to double check it. But yeah. So in Khajiit, Mehrunes Dagon is Mehrunes, and he's the fire cat or the demon cat. And he was destructive in nature, but then when you go into Khajiit society, cycles of the moons, things like that, destruction is very important for life. So like in the Khajiit, even though he's done bad things, by all means, he's still very important in the cycle of things when it comes to like how the Khajiit view him. He is the most angry that Lorcan basically tricked them all, and you know most of them got away except for the ones that are now the Aedra, into creating Nirn. Like, so he is all about like, this shouldn't be here. But yeah, so he is bad, and he's more bad than good by a lot of standards. But I do feel like he's got I was just taking a look at him. Yeah, I feel like he's got a few more things to him than he gets some credits for. Hey, Avron. Good to see you. I don't know how you weren't following me, Lotus. Sorry, I was just catching up on chat. If both of you, those are my dogs. Yeah, if when you're ready, sorry about that. Boys, stop. Boys. Yeah, yeah. Maroon's good. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Avron and Lotus, I can get you into a Discord call so we can get you sorted onto the actual screen we'll be using for the thing. Also, Lotus, I believe you were following me. But I lost a bunch of follows one day, and then a bunch of people have like since followed me again, but like I thought I was following you. I think Twitch like wiped a day of follows in there somewhere. They punished Nick as lore master sometime after the. Okay, cool. Thanks for answering that, Aramithius. That makes a lot of sense because the lore, like after launch, that's when the lore really kicked off in the game, and I've really been in love with it. Oh, okay, never mind. It was before launch. Either way, I think yeah, when they were launching the game, obviously they ended up having to do one Tamriel. They made a lot of changes. Obviously for the better, but yeah, I think that's why they borrowed so much. Hey, James Sully. Maroons is a kitten for the Khajiit. More about I'm thinking destruction than pre-met. Yeah, that's true. Cool. All right, let me go ahead. And I'm going to put our screen real quick on a BRB. That way I can just mute my microphone real quick while I get Avron and Lotus in a call and get it all situated. And I'll be right back with you.
Hello. Again. Oh, that's why I've got the stream up. Volume. That's not going to be good.
All right, we're just getting OBS situated real quick. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm learning the tech here, and we're going to get this underway in just a moment, everyone. All right, so we want to add a window capture. Boom, boom. New source. Lotus. I accidentally window captured the not the pop out there, so that's a it wouldn't be a stream if there wasn't a little technical issues. We're good at chat. I'm getting it. Promise y'all. There we go. All right, so I will edit this screen real quick. So crop it so it's one of you, and then make another one and crop it so it's the other one. There we go. One should be don't worry about that. My dogs will also go wild.
That's why I was like, oh, this sounds familiar. When your puppies went overboard, I was like, oh, this sounds very familiar.
I can offer some cat meows. That's about it.
And the window capture, another window capture, new one. And this one also, we want this, but this one we need to crop so that it is Lotus. So you know what's going on, chat? I'm just getting this fit. Unfortunately, I've tried it before. I can't, and even if I'm on video call with people ahead of time with OBS, I can't actually crop it ahead of time. Every time I've tried to do that, for some reason, it just
doesn't work.
It goes away.
Yeah. Every time we set up the show for either podcast, we have to do the exact same thing. Yeah. It's like, nope, there's just no way. That's why we need like an extra minute pre-show every time, because it's like, this just always breaks.
Yeah, it's my first.
Isn't technology great?
My first time doing it, but also I don't feel bad because I have caught your the podcast before, and I'm like, okay, it's not abnormal to. Unless you're
6 years later, we break everything every single time.
Unless you're able to set up before you go live, which is not usually the case on Twitch, then.
Yeah, exactly. Nope, there's just no saving it.
If it ain't broke, we'll find a way to break it.
Exactly.
So don't worry.
Yeah, it's part of the experience.
Speaking of broken, oh no, I see what's going on. I need to tell Twitch that I would like to not have my camera. Oh. And then it switched to then it moved the position. Oh no!
Oh, this actually...
We're getting a chat. Just a second.
This is great.
So which Daedric prince is doing this? That's the real debate,
right? I'm not gonna lie. Not being on the setup end of this is lovely for a change. I apologize for your problems, but this is nice to have not be in charge of me for a change.
That is fair. There we go. If I show now it's not showing me because I'm not a video participant. And if I do that, then now I have to edit this box again real quick because it moved everything around. Welcome.
I've got to dislodge a cat from under my seat, so I'll be like right back.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. We will be doing. The good news is was set to start at 2, and we've almost got it set up by 2, chat. So we're we're almost there. I just have to re-transform the video again since it decided no, I do not like what you did. Yeah, OBS does not get easier. It turns out. Yeah. Every time I learn a bunch of things, I'm like, I have done it. I've learned something new. And then it's like, here's three new things that you have not learned. Yeah. And transform and edit transform, and now boom. We're almost there. Okay, now I just need to properties and yay, my camera's working now. You're both visible now. Okay, so thank you. All right. There we go, chat. All right.
I saw someone likes my void. Here you go.
And your voices are live to chat. So it looks like everybody's sounds good, sounds correct. All right, chat. Sorry about that. I'll catch up on that. We will get this thing kicked off. First off, I want to thank, and you can see the scrolling beneath each of our guests' pictures, like various places they can be found, but also you can use the command !guest to get links to their channels, and then you'll see a message come through for the things they're associated with. So we have joining us today, we have Avron from UESP.
Hi.
Also a streamer on the platform here. Streams with UESP and on their own personal stream. We also are joined by Lotus of Doom.
Hello.
Who not only streams on the platform, but is also part of both the Tales of Tamriel and the Elder Scrolls Lorecast. So 2 very knowledgeable people when it comes to the lore in the game. 2 people who are going to be just as opinionated as everyone here as we've seen in the tournament, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm not as biased as Lotus, so
I am.
that.
Nonsense. I am very, very, as people have been joking about all day, I am clearly the most unbiased scenario. I'm definitely not wearing a Hermaeus Mora shirt. I haven't put Hermaeus Mora emotes in chat. It's ridiculous propaganda that I would have any type of horse in this race.
Yeah. Aramithius, myself and a few people in chat were having a nice little discussion before in a little pre-show beforehand about different Daedra, so I think everybody's pretty prepared. Hey, thank you so much for following Dogbark24 and Pilot Ema Jones, and thank you for the 100 bits Pilot as well. Really appreciate it. Once we get going, I'm not going to be able to really call out follows and things, but afterwards, or if we have a lull, I'll call this out then. So I just don't want anybody to think I'm deliberately ignoring anybody. All right, so thank you for the 100 bits for defeating the setup boss. Yeah, it accomplished. Looks good, sounds good. All right, cool. So we are good and ready to go. So first thing is I will go ahead and introduce basically what we are doing here to everyone involved. So back in December, we started discussing who was the best Daedra on the channel. I did a personal tier ranking of Daedra and had this idea for a kind of a Daedric tournament showdown. And I wasn't sure how that would look until recently. And that's when I started reaching out to Lotus and Avron and reaching out to people being like, you know lore, will you do this kind of weird thing? Because everybody discusses lore, but putting it in the format of a tournament I thought was a little bit different. I didn't want to just seed the tournament with my own personal bias. So we've been holding votes on my Discord over the last few months to seed the tournament. So you should be able to see it there on the screen, but I'll go ahead and read off the matchups before we start, and I'll cover each matchup before we get into it. So we're going to have the number 1 seed Sheogorath taking on Molik Bal. The 8th and 9th seeds Clavicus, Vile, and Meridia. We have the number 4 seed taking on the number 13 seed in Azura and Malekith. Nocturnal came in at 5th seed, taking on Boethia at 12th. Hermaeus Mora, 2nd seed, just below Sheogorath by a vote, taking on our 15th seed Periite. We got 7th seed Hircine taking on 10th seed Mephala. 3rd seed is Daddy Dagon taking on Namira. And finally, the last match here before we move into round 2 is Sanguine and Vaymina. So the way each of the rounds is going to transpire is we have the matchup. We will each kind of discuss why we think, which Daedra we think is the best. Not in terms of necessarily physical strength. We can take into any consideration from lore based on impact on Nirn, impact on Tamriel, artifacts that they give to mortals. It can be overall strength, but basically any considerations you want to take into. And I'll start the first round, but we'll kind of rotate who starts each round voting. So it's not like the last person voting every time. And whichever Daedra gets at least 2 votes is going to move on to the next round.
I enjoy this. I love the setup because I'm also a sports person. So like the fact that we've got like bracket format here is really amusing me.
Yeah, I
love this idea.
I'm also a sports person, and not having a lot of live sports is why I went to the length of getting people to vote so I could seed it, because I needed to have it couldn't just be a tournament. It had to be a seeded tournament for me. So
that was just it. Once I noticed you had like seeding placements for everything, I was like, oh wow, this is all in.
Best of sports, lore sports.
Yeah.
Lore sports.
This is good.
Now I can be a nerd in 2 categories at once.
Awesome. So before we start, I introduced both of you, but starting with Avron, if you want to go ahead and just introduce yourselves, your qualifications, anything you want to mention before we start.
My qualifications. Oh boy. Hi, I'm Avron, and I think most people know me. I am one of the streamers for UESP, aka the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. I've been involved with UESP for a very long time. It's also our 25th anniversary this year, which is really exciting. And when people think about Elder Scrolls lore, typically they think about us. So I would say, I don't know if that makes me super qualified, because there's definitely things I don't know. However, I have a lot of resources at my fingertips. And I brought in Alfiq for good luck. So honestly, I think, I'm just excited. So I can't wait to talk about nerdy stuff, because that's what I love to do.
Awesome. And Lotus?
I'm Lotus of Doom. I'm from the Tales of Tamriel podcast. I was brought on 3 years ago now, I guess. It's, at this point, the longest running Elder Scrolls podcast, where it's mostly roundtable discussions and news related stuff. And then the other show that I'm part of is the Elder Scrolls Lorecast, which I wouldn't say necessarily makes me qualified, but it does allow me to research things that I'm interested in so that we can kind of discuss them. I don't consider myself like a lore junkie. I play the games probably an unhealthy amount, but I like the fact that I have to look stuff up in order to discuss it. So I'm one of those people who likes to learn on the go as opposed to just being a font of knowledge, so to speak.
And I am Loctavian, and my qualifications are far less than that. My qualifications are I started playing the Elder Scrolls when I was a kid with Daggerfall and reading every book in the game because I loved reading. And then Morrowind came out and the lore was so different than everything else. I fell in love with it. That said, the reason I reached out to the people I did is because I do enjoy the Lorecast and the Tales of Tamriel Lorecast. I have been using UESP for Elder Scrolls stuff for ages. And my other source of lore other than what's in the game and my very opinionated view on everything is Fudge Muppet on YouTube. So I'm just
Another
a
great
very
podcast.
Yeah.
They just started their own podcast last year, and it's actually really good.
yeah. So
Podcasts for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
so basically, my qualifications are I'm opinionated, and I happen to come up with the idea, so I get a debate.
It's a great idea. I'm excited.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start off the first one. Again, we can bring up anything. And someone did ask earlier, while I always say his name wrong, while Jigalig is not on the bracket because Jigalig was, by Sheo's own words, like hamstrung by the rest of the Daedra and turned into Sheogorath. They are the same person regardless of the events of the Shimmering Isle DLC. So also Jigalig would probably just dominate the tournament otherwise. So
hence
True.
why it took the other ones to take him down.
Yeah. But that can be a factor. And again, anything can be a factor. This is very much an opinion-based thing. So before each round, for those who want to participate in the channel, we do have the channel point prediction thing. And basically, I'm just going to put down, before we just start discussing each round, the two that we're discussing. So you can bet your channel points on who you think is going to progress. So I'll get that up real quick, and those will go for about 3 minutes. All right, so round one, our number one voted seed, not surprising because probably the most popular Daedric Prince seems to be Sheogorath, taking on the number 16 seed with exactly 0 votes, Molag Bal. So for me, without even getting into too much complexity, this is an easy win for Sheogorath. First, when I did the tier ranking, everybody knows my opinion of Molag Bal. Molag Bal is Skeletor, is Megatron, is the cackling 80s villain of cartoons. He's big and he's bad and he's angry. He's going to tell you his plan. He's basically going to spell out how to defeat him. And when you do defeat him, he's going to tell you, I'll get you next time. His artifact is very strong. It's his mace is a very strong artifact, sure. And he does make you go through the horror funhouse of murder to get it in the 5th era. But at the end of the day, he just is mean. He's just angry. And really, I feel like he's the younger brother of the Daedra who wants to prove something and fails at it. Whereas Sheogorath, my big argument for Sheogorath progressing is his impact is when all the other Daedra are mad because the Dunmer use the Heart of Lorcan, absorb power, become the Tribunal, living gods, and they can't figure out what to do, how to get the power back. Sheogorath hucks a meteorite at Vardenfall, which effectively neuters the power of the most powerful member of the Tribunal, because the one who actually has brains is not being completely driven by madness and things like that in Vivec. And eventually, it takes a long time, whether Vivec gave up, we don't know, lost his power, does succeed in destroying Vardenfall. That alone makes Sheogorath, I think, more successful than anything Molag Bal ever tried. So for me, my vote goes with Sheo.
Do you want to jump in first, Avron, or do you want me to?
I was waiting for Mr. Avron in the kitchen. He's making a great dinner. I'll jump in. Yeah, I think this is an easy prediction. It's definitely Sheogorath. I mean, you have a prince that was literally so powerful that they had to stop his former self to make him into his current self, which is still considered one of the most powerful and most cunning of Daedra. So even though, he may not be as powerful as he once was, he's still considered so scary that everyone in Tamriel pretty much just respects him out of fear. And if that's not a power move, I don't know what is. Also, shout out because he's associated with the Jesters Festival, which is the coolest holiday in Tamriel. So clearly that's an extra, 5 bonus points. And his relics, I think, are some of the better known relics in the series. I think everyone who's played any of the games knows what the Wabbajack is and what it does. So I just feel like he is just so well known. And if it's not because of his power, it's just because he's so darn ridiculous. I mean, he's the Daedric Prince of madness, but it's a calculated madness and not a goofy stereotypical madness, which I think just makes him even better. So that's my 2 cents.
So I'm not going to buck any trends here. I think, again, Sheogorath is pretty much like a guarantee, other than just the popularity vote of him being incredibly well known. Molag Bal does not do much to win much over. It honestly, your description of like just their stereotypical villain is really accurate. And the thing that's funny about it is, hi puppy, everything he tries, with the exception of vampirism, kind of has just really right now you're going to play with that, is going to end up kind of falling on it. Like the Soul Burst only does so much. Like it was interesting, but as much as he's threatening, other than the lingering threat or gift, depending upon who, of vampires, which have lingered in Tamriel, everything he doesn't amount to much. It's just like, yeah, this is me being threatening, this is me being intimidating, and then nothing comes about. And Sheogorath, I feel, just in a head-to-head fight, if you check out, I forget which one of, but from the books, the Accounts of Madness, I believe they're called, where Sheogorath basically has many interactions, one in which going up against Tircine, they have a head-to-head battle, and he wins with a bird that tricks Tircine's super beast into killing itself. That seems entirely like how this would go down. Molag Bal would bring in everything that he could to flex on everybody, and Sheogorath would just like put a banana peel at his feet or something completely off the wall and ridiculous, and he'd slip on it and wipe out and like end of fight, and it's embarrassing for everybody involved. So I really don't think too much. I don't know. I can't see much from Molag Bal that would have any chance of really unseating Sheogorath in like a head-to-head thing.
And obviously that's 3 votes. Sheo moves on. I know you brought up vampires, and a lot of chat are bringing up vampires. While Molag Bal should get credit for the creation of vampires, I believe vampires, independent of Molag Bal, have done more threatening things in the history of Tamriel.
Also not wrong.
True.
They owe their existence to Bal, but they come up with far more sinister, scary plans.
Yeah, so even his offspring are better than him.
Also, the lore even knows that he has terrible hygiene. I don't know if anyone ever noted that, but it actually says somewhere in lore that he has terrible hygiene and smells of rotting flesh.
Oh.
And if that's not negative votes, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Ugh.
All right, so there we go. Sheogorath, moving on. I can't get to all the comments, but I will point out one. Rykoth in chat did point out one thing about Molag Bal. Molag Bal is cooler looking. So if it was like
debatable.
Maybe and also
Debatable. Sheo's got some mad cool fashion. I don't know.
It's true, and I mean, again, not to be overly biased, as I think the voice acting in the series throughout is largely incredible, but I mean, Sheogorath has pretty much one of the best voice actors at his disposal. Just saying, that's pretty tough to counteract.
That is also very, very
Wes
true.
Johnson is a champion.
He is.
All right, I am going to disperse the points for the Sheogorath votes. Start the next prediction. While I'm starting that up, we'll just kind of move the order forward. So our next battle is close, right in the middle of the seed. We have Clavicus Vile taking on Meridia. We'll go ahead and start with Avron on that one.
This is hard because I actually really like Clavicus Vile personally. I think he's a really underrated Daedric Prince. You know, he's kind of like the epitome of be careful what you wish for, right? Because his realm is trickery and bargains, and a lot of times you find the things that you want aren't really helpful, or he has a way of kind of like rewarding you that makes it, so that you kind of end up eating your words. Also, he has Barbas. Like, no other Daedric prince really can say they have a cool sidekick that may or may not be half of them, and that's cool. However, I think Meridia has a better rep lore-wise. Not necessarily because she's good. I think, I always argue, people are like, oh, good Daedra. There's very little gray area when it comes to what's good when you're a Daedric prince, because in the end, they're all about chaos and, just causing conflict. And Meridia is definitely like that. But a lot of the things that she does to kind of cause chaos, sometimes get this reputation as helping mortals. In ESO, right, her whole thing is she's trying to just stop the plane meld. Now, she's not necessarily doing that because she likes us. I think it's more so just because she hates Molag Bal. And she's like, if I can stop you, I win, because that's what I'm all about. So I don't know. I think my vote would go towards Meridia, but only by a little, because I just think she's a little more well known and she's a little more powerful, so to say. However, I really think Vile is underrated. I think Vile is a really strong prince, but he just doesn't get a lot of like good airtime. I don't know. I'm not really sure where to go with these ones. This is a tough round for me.
Yeah, it's a very tough round. What's your opinion, Lotus?
Okay, so I would actually need to, despite the very valid point of Barbas being awesome, I think this is going to pretty much need to go to Meridia. Like you made reference to, Meridia is oftentimes like considered a good Daedra or helpful, but the issue is we never really know what the situation is, why Meridia's lined up with us in many situations. I mean, obviously the hatred of like undead and stuff like that, but that whole concept of seeming non-threatening, I feel, is it's a rather underrated way of sneaking into more power and people won't notice it. Kind of like if you throw a frog into boiling water, it'll jump out. But if you slowly warm it up, you can boil the frog. She, I feel, keeps getting stronger and stronger through these stories because nobody ever expects Meridia. And I'm still expecting a huge Meridia twist where we've gotten inklings of it in Dungeons and ESO and stuff like that, where she's not this benevolent friend that's like, oh yeah, it's like there's a lot of devious stuff that she's doing, and it's like, well, she did help us here, so we'll just kind of overlook this. And I feel that would work to her advantage. Clavicus Vile, he had, like I said, there is the benefit of Barbas being just very cool, but there's two major negatives I have. One is real and one is just offensive. The offensive one is his voice actor and his character model in Elder Scrolls Legends Redguard is the worst.
Wow.
It's unbearable. He's squeaky. He's about 8 inches tall and just like shrieks at you riddles. It's if you don't play through the older games, I strongly suggest everyone look up the riddle of Elder Scrolls Redguard with Clavicus Vile. It's life-changing. It's a very old game, but oh my lord, that is an experience to behold, so to speak. The other real issue with Clavicus Vile is his reliance on these deals and his trickery backfires on him as much as it helps him. So I feel like if he ends up making some type of deal, Meridia would be much more prone to taking advantage of that and using his own strength against him, because it's happened several times before. So that just to me seems like there's too much potential for him to get toppled by somebody as cunning as Meridia.
Yeah, it's my turn not to really kind of buck the trend here. Clavicus Vile, I will preface it. Clavicus Vile is my personal favorite Daedric prince. That is most likely due to my absolute love of playing thieves and doing Thieves Guild quests and things like that in the games. So I love Barbas. Also somebody who has ADHD, the concept that Barbas and him are the same and kind of very split at times, but also the same and help each other appeals to me. But taking out that personal kind of affects, I do agree Meridia is definitely very, very insidious. Unless I'm misremembering, Meridia is the only one of the Daedric princes who actually left with Magnus when like Lorcan was just thinking, they're like, no, we're out of here. And there was doing insidious like shit there. And they're like, no, you got to get out of here. So she had to go become a Daedric prince because they're like, no, you're too bad for us. Like, we don't like what, Lorcan's doing. We're not going to be part of that. But also you can't be here. And that really signals her not being the greatest, just very opposed to what the other princes are about. I also like to look at artifacts sometimes and how those affect things. And I think as cool as all the artifacts that can be bestowed by Clavicus, like the Khajiit ring, Dawnbreaker is by far one of the most powerful relics consistently bestowed on mortals throughout like history. So like she edges out Clavicus for me, even though I love Clavicus and I'm super excited to have his statue in my home come the Dwarven Crates coming in Nia. So
Yay. Also,
The
we can't
Umber Sword
forget,
is
a
kind
new
of a
man touched the
cool-
beacon.
Oh my lord! Yes, there's always
Had
another
to throw
hand
it in
touching your
there.
beacon. But yeah, at least I guess in terms of weaponry, I was going to say the Clavicus Vile. I was going to say does have that his connection to Umbra as well as isn't he the one with the rueful axe? That one's
Yes, he
that
is.
one's just a dark story, but even still, he's got a couple that are at least neat little trinkets. It doesn't change anything I said. It's just in general.
also,
I
just
like him, but yeah, I think it goes to Meridia.
before we go on to the next slide, one little fun little thing about Clavicus is all the other like Azura and Meridia, they're good Daedra. I'd like to point out that Clavicus does have many lore things where he does make deals that aren't shady that actually like help mortals in Tamriel. So I feel like Clavicus is a little, I mean, it helps as much as they do.
Yeah, that's
But
the thing. He's got a little more of a fairness quotient to like along the lines of Hearseen or Nocturnal or whatever. It's not just malicious. You get a sporting chance if you can outsmart them.
Yeah, but you still have to agree with him, I think, for those. So
That's true. Do just taking a look at chat real quick. Pilot Jim Jones says Dawnbreaker over Vile Mask. That's a close one. I take Dawnbreaker over Vile Mask. I
love the Dawnbreaker.
I think Dawnbreaker
So good.
plus Ring of Khajiit, like both kind of edge out the Vile Mask. All right, so that brings us to our next top seed, which is our 4th seed Azura taking on Malakath. And we're going to start with Lotus on this one. And I'll get that prediction up.
All right, so this one actually is now my most complicated one. Not necessarily that I'm like a huge fan. I mean, both these are pretty cool Daedric princes, but there's one slight thing that I'm wondering how this would play out. Both of these are kind of governed by, I guess the best way I could put it is almost like impulsiveness. So Azura needs her followers to love her, and she's got the vanity issue, which is something that can easily be used against you. She's got, she's one of the older Daedric princes in the, terms of oldness. When you've got Daedric princes, it's kind of almost like irrelevant, but she was one of the more original ones, if I remember correctly. Malakath, the thing with Malakath is he, again, it doesn't have the vanity aspect so much, but he has the rage aspect, which has, I don't remember the name of the book offhand, but it actually might be the accounts of the 16 accounts of madness again, if I'm not mistaken. but the story goes just the synopsis, and if anybody remembers the exact name of the book, it would be great. But more or less, there is an orc out in the forest, and he ends up killing another. Shoot, do you know what book I'm talking about, Avron? I'm trying to remember the exact story.
Is it 16 Accords of Madness, where he gets tricked into
killing his own, like
killing his own son, pretty much?
Yes, so
it is. It's Sheogorath. See, Shio again.
I know. So I was going to say, all right. So that's what I thought. So yeah, basically the synopsis of the story is that he is tricked into killing his own son, which is, you know, in this case is an orc, just based on the fact that Sheogorath makes him so angry, he loses track of what he's trying to do. And as a result, it's like, you killed your own. Both of these, it's kind of ironic that these two happen to be matched up because they both have a character flaw that can be pretty easily like manipulated. So it makes me wonder which one of these two would be the one to manipulate the other correctly and win something like this. As for, so since I don't think that's necessarily a deciding factor, the next thing I would think of is like, okay, well, what else can we use here? And we've been going with the coolness factor of some of their artifacts and things like that. I love Azura's Star. It is so useful in games and is one of the things I always try to get first. And the, I mean, oh shoot, what's his sledgehammer? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Oh my god, his artifact is
Volendrung.
Thank you. I was going to say it's the thing everybody wields in Cyrodiil and ruins keeps like they're going out of style. Volendrung.
I just played Cyrodiil for the first time during Mid-Year Madness after years of playing ESO. So I was like, oh, I know what that is. That's Volendrung.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. Yeah, also Scourge. Got some cool artifacts. I don't think they're, just from gameplay wise, I've always, Azure Star might not be quite as intimidating, but it's so useful in game. And actually, one other thing that I actually might be the thing that turns me over is Eremetheus does make the reference to the Boethia Malakath story of basically Malakath is literal shit at one point, which can't really do much for your image. So that's, if we went with the smelly factor for Molag Bal, I feel like that should probably be noted. I'm sorry, Rykoth, I know you love Malakath, but I feel like that might need to just be brought up. So I don't know. I think this one would actually be very close, as they have more similarities than I thought of until I actually started thinking about both of them. But I think Azura would just like barely squeak out a win against Malakath personally.
I think you have a lot of fair points. I am, however, on this one, it's not going to be a clean sweep, because as much as I love Azura, she's one of the good Daedra. She is the mother of the Khajiit, and all of that. I feel like you mentioned they both have character flaws, and Azura very much gets so hyper focused on what she's doing that she does get taken advantage of, or things don't go her way, such as the creation of the spirit Noctra, out of the blood of Lorcage. I'm so bad at saying these words, I'm sorry.
It's tough saying words that sometimes don't have enough vowels in them to pronounce.
It's true.
Whereas, obviously there's conflicting stories. Does Trinimac still exist, or is Malakath the byproduct of Boethia eating Trinimac? Obviously, there's tons of the literal shit thing, tons of conflict there. But I think Malakath, despite his rage and his character flaws there, also is very oath-bound, very oath-driven, and gets things done, and does care for his people, in this case the Orstmer, the orcs, in a lot of ways that other Daedra don't. I think taking into consideration, like, he actually has a lot more people at his kind of beck and call when it comes to mortals in that regards. Not obviously not all of the Orstmer because of the Malakath Trinimach debate. Also, I looked it up just to make sure I was right. But I do know that he's had a lot of impact. Like, yeah, it was the Dunmer. He's one of the four corners of the House of Troubles.
Yep.
And the one who actually the Dunmers used to test weakness. And given how the Dunmer are, I think that says a lot. Also, I'm going to go back to artifacts in Volendrung. Just that's done a lot of damage over the ages. So my vote's actually going to go with Malakath. So your call here, Avron.
Oh no, that's a lot
Deciding
of pressure.
vote.
I think they're two sides of a very similar coin. Like Malakath is very loyal to his followers and Azor is very loyal to hers. But Malakath, like someone in the chat said it, and I think this is true, like Malakath's more about, like what you mentioned too, Octavian, like oath bringing and loyalty. And Azora, like her philosophy is like, oh, you should love above all else, but like it's a very fine line. And I think that kind of twists a lot of her worshipers into looking very devoted, whereas it's really kind of like a power thing. However, like this is really close, but I personally think Azora squeaks out ahead by like a toe. And it's just because she is savage. Like you can't forget everything with the Dunmer, right? There's a whole involved history there with the Dunmer. And of course, the Nerevarine prophecy where she's literally so spiteful. She just bides her time and kind of waits, right, to get that kind of revenge on the tribunal. But there's this lore book that has always stood out to me. And it's the story of Azora going to meet some Dwemer philosophers, right? And this one Dwemer philosopher is basically arguing what all the Dwemer argue for, in that, the gods are meaningless, like, logic and everything above all else. And he challenges Azora and tricks her with a sleight of hand, like, illusion, like just a simple little magic trick.
That's valid.
Right? And she knows, but it makes her look like a fool in front of all the other Dwemer. And she is so mad. She pretty much straight up curses him and he dies. Like, she doesn't even say anything. She just looks at him, disappears, and then he's dead like a couple hours later. And I mean, like, that's the thing with her. She's so powerful and so savage. And she's just like very unforgiving. Like if your loyalty with her isn't straight 100% like love me, and then it's just you're out. And that's why, like, personally, I would vote for her. But like I said, I think it's by like that much because Malakath has a lot of really good points too. But I just think, like, lore wise, I think Azora's had a bigger impact on things so far than Malakath, despite Malakath's like all of the pluses there. So my vote's gonna go to Azora.
I will just always die on Orstmer Hill. So
fair. I mean, Malakath is actually awesome.
Oh yeah.
No, both of your points are completely valid. I was just like, I was like, where do I go? And I'm like, no, I'm going to die on Orstmer Hill with this one.
That's fair. I've got a hill I'll be dying on at one point, so don't worry about it.
We should rig that and just really get Lotus. It'll make him happy.
I'll be very Azura all of a sudden. Get super spiteful.
All right, so we get the prediction up for the next prediction real quick. But our next match, the final match of the top half of the bracket, is surprising to me, but as the votes went, 5th seed Nocturnal versus 12th seed Boethia. I'm just typing the prediction out real quick, and then I will give my thoughts on the two. So I originally was like, I don't understand how Nocturnal is 5th rank. So I've been spending some time making sure I've like got my Nocturnal like knowledge, because if like so many people on the Discord were pro Nocturnal, I'm like, oh, there's got to be something I am missing here with Nocturnal. So I looked and there is some good lore, but at the end of the day, like, I just couldn't find much other than Nocturne, is like the Daedric. Reading it, just make sure I get it right. Yeah, the unfathomable mistress of the shadows, like all about the darkness. But it was kind of mentioned in chat beforehand, like mortals get one over on Nocturnal quite often, whereas Boethia, despite obviously what happened with the tribunal, is the prince of plots and has definitely succeeded on a lot more plots, a lot more behind the things, making deals with other Daedra and like allying with them. I think that's just had a ton of impact. I think we've seen that consistently, even in like small ways throughout various games, various eras. So while I don't have as much to say about this one as maybe the other ones, I just couldn't find ways in which I think what Nocturnal does, being from the like the shadows and darkness, and what Nocturnal's the prince of, Boethia does it kind of do better. So kind of a simple one there for me. What say you, Avron?
I'm actually going to go with Nocturnal on this one. And here's why. I mean, I think Boethia, if you want to talk about like strong, savage Daedric princes, definitely she gets a vote there. And I love like the whole idea where, her worshippers are all about like feats of strength, the whole, there's Dragonstar Arena in Elder Scrolls Online, Maelstrom Arena. Don't forget the Demi Prince is like one of her scions. But I think Nocturnal has a little bit more going on. And here's why I'll say that. Not just like her association with the Thieves Guild. I think the whole thing with, Nocturnal being unfathomable, the unfathomable mistress of shadows. There's a really good point that's made in the universe. And it's like, you can't really understand her purpose. Like she eludes like mortal understanding. And she is just like the epitome of mystery, and that's kind of like what shadows are, right? They're dark, they're mysterious. You don't know what's happening in them, but something's always happening. And I think like a great case in point, just forget like her awesome artifacts. I think, her Grey Cowl is amazing. It's one of the cooler artifacts in my opinion. Skeleton Key is really interesting too. But I mean, just like talking about the fact she tricks, in some way, shape, or form, right? She pretty much like imprisons Sotha Sil in his own world, right? And like just pretends to be him for a while. Like that's a power move. I mean, that's impressive for everything that Sotha Sil can predict to like, perfect computer accuracy. He still kind of falls for that one. And I think that says a lot to kind of that mystery of her and just kind of, the things that she can like, just do behind the scenes without us even comprehending it. And never mind the whole like triad that she gets involved in the second era, where she's trying to just, get into the Crystal Tower, which is again a power move. I don't know, she's referred to a lot as Urdra, or one of the, the older forms of Daedric princes. Not the only one to have that title, but I think that just kind of goes back to saying, she's got a lot going for her. So I'm going to vote for Nocturnal this round.
Before we move on to Lotus, I was like looking up, because I wrote down some notes beforehand. One thing in Nocturnal's favor I did forget to bring up, though it's only a claim she makes, is that she was part of the original Void, meaning in ways that she would be connected to Sithis and the overall Void and things like that. So that was something that I thought was really cool in her favor, but I still ended up going with Boethia. Sorry to interrupt there, Lotus.
No, that's actually a good point. So again, we're going to have obviously another split situation. I'm going to favor Boethia, I think, for the reason. So it's actually a bit less on Boethia and a bit more on some of the issues I have with Nocturnal and how she's crafted. Boethia is pretty savage. She's pretty brutal, even amongst her own followers or his own followers. Just because the stories involving that are when pledging loyalty, like Boethia is proving, her own people, it devolves into them praying to her. That doesn't get anywhere. So as a result, the one that is granted access just stabs the other one and licks the blood off the knife. And that's the go-to, is to kill your other follower. It's like, wow, that's pretty hardcore. That's like the background, that's what Boethia is looking for. That's pretty intense. So there's definitely a savagery to Boethia in general. But the reason that's to Boethia's benefit, but the fault I have with Nocturnal, it was actually mentioned in chat that like you were looking for like maybe a couple more reasons why so many people like Nocturnal. It's probably the statue.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's.
I thought it was the dress she has in ESO, her little Shrike's outfit. Like, ooh.
Yeah, her fashion game is on point, especially with gamers. So, that's definitely a defining factor for her. But that aside, like when it comes down to actual issues, she has a couple scenarios, without spoiling any story stuff from the game. She does kind of occasionally make her mysterious kind of like, oh, what am I doing anyways, known at bits and pieces. So there's definitely some ambition there. However, I feel, without making this seem kind of weird, she almost seems a little klutzy. The reason I say this is her artifacts get stolen a lot, which is weird. The skeleton key very frequently is, whoops, what'd I do with the skeleton key? Where'd it go? And they have to get it back, which is a little peculiar because it's not even betrayal. It sometimes seems like it's just gone MIA, which is strange. But the bigger reason, and I'm trying to find the book, so if anybody knows the actual name of the book, that would be great. But again, the story is of these two thieves in training. It's not actually necessarily a book about Nocturnal, but it's these two thieves in training. And the young thief goes in to steal the cowl of Nocturnal during I don't know, like a seance or something like that with all these witches. And during that, the master ends up proving his point and betraying her, because when she steps on a branch, Nocturnal about faces on her. And while she basically kills off the apprentice, the master yoinks the cowl and takes off. So she just lost her cowl as well. It seems like she can't keep her old Daedric artifacts for very long, which is, I don't know, I feel like that level of negligence, easily being tricked, is almost kind of like Purloined Shadows. That's the name of it. All right, perfect. Thank you.
I got you.
Perfect. I could not find the name of it. So it's a great story, super good story, but it's another situation where it doesn't seem overly difficult to get a one-up on Nocturnal. Not that she's weak, but it's almost like she's too distracted with being mysterious for her own good sometimes, where she misses something, and as a result, it hinders her. So I feel like that could be used, especially as somebody as brutal and savage as Boethia. I think that could be used against her in the grand scheme of things.
Fair.
That is fair. So with that, Boethia will actually move on in this one. I do something I just noticed while we were voting on this one, that I think is funny, is that Azura ended up facing Malakath and Nocturnal ended up facing Boethia, where the natural rivals there would be Boethia and Malakath, and Azura and Nocturnal.
That's really funny.
We like to live on the edge.
If there was just slightly different votes because they're so close to each other, I just thought that was kind of a fun little breakdown that ended up happening there. Outcome was Boethia. Complete prediction. All right, so the next one we'll start with Avron. So we're now into the bottom half of the bracket. We have our number 2 seed by a single vote, which was Hermaeus Mora. And Hermaeus Mora is taking on the Daedra that got only 1 vote, so 1 more vote than Molag Bal in Periite.
Perrier. No, I'm just kidding.
We're
I
not
just wanted
friends now.
I wanted a royal Lotus. This is unfair. This is so unfair to the poor Taskmaster because this isn't even a competition. I mean, it's not. Canonically, Perrier is the weakest of the Daedric princess, right? He is. Sorry. And then he's going up against Hermaeus Mora, the demon of knowledge, who just has so much going for him that I'm sure Lotus could literally do an entire podcast if he hasn't already. So, I mean, I don't even have anything to say because I'm sure this is Lotus's realm. He knows so much more here. Perrier, hey, you know what? He's a great prince. It's really crazy that he's able to convince his worshippers to take on diseases. That just blows my mind. But I don't think he holds a candlestick to Hermaeus Mora. So it goes without saying. And I'm just going to give the floor to Lotus so he can fanboy.
So, all right. Other than it's obvious who I want to win, by a mile, I would say Hermaeus Mora. But the only I won't just needlessly, fanboy here to start with. But so the one benefit I will give to Perrier, because Perrier largely sucks, but he does have probably one of my favorite Daedric artifacts with Spellbreaker. I think that shield looks awesome cosmetically. It's what I always use that shield whenever available. It's a very cool shield, but being the master of mundane tasks and the potential to give people a cold is not super great. You're not bringing a lot to the table against anyone at that point. It's the concept of he tends to show himself as a dragon so that he appears less weak is yet another situation where it's okay, where it seems like he's more of an inconvenience Daedra when you're against him than anything else. It's not that he's not the worst, but I mean, it's neat to have Perrier around, I guess. And then you have Hermaeus Mora, which is one of the Daedra, and he's made of the scraps of the knowledge of the creation of the world, and his artifacts are basically some of the most useful from a gameplay perspective of they always allow you to level up efficiently, skills if need be. And then there's if you really want to get dicey, even before Hermaeus Mora, if I remember correctly. So the concept of Hermaeus Mora wasn't even really defined in Elder Scrolls 1 Arena, which I just recently played through. However, the Ogma Infinium is still an artifact you can get in the game, and it lets you get 50 points to your character, which you can then redo the quest over and over and over again in power level to infinity, which you can abuse in most games. The Black Books, which are another one of his artifacts. All these things provide you so much knowledge if you can hold it together and not go insane as a side effect. Basically just provide you the solutions to any problem you could run into, which seems like one of the biggest benefits other than a competition of raw strength you could get. So useful artifacts, super cool non-gendered blob eyeball smoky thing, which I love the design. Or if you go back further to Oblivion or Daggerfall, he looks like a potato crab, which is also really funny. So I love his designs as opposed to a wannabe dragon, which is just less cool Alkosh looking dragon. Not great. not doing it on that front. There's not many more things I can possibly say good about Mora. And I mean, Perrier's got that shield.
Perrier's got that shield.
My shield.
My shield. Cool dungeon as well. I mean, if you play ESO, that's a Scale Color Peak's good.
In the Fifth Age, in the time of Skyrim, Perrier gets together all the followers who believe in Periite, which is a very small number of people, to try to spread a plague. Again, Periite disease tasks, very, very important, but also very much the middle manager of the Daedra. And it's already been said before, but Hermaeus Mora, make sure I am saying the term correctly. It's like, it's like Aedra, meaning like eldest. It's already mentioned with Nocturnal as well. Also, Apocrypha, and I know all the Daedra are going to be very powerful in their own realms, but Apocrypha is a terrifying plane of like, you're like, oh, Oblivion, scary as fire. Oh, Cold Harbor, and like these. It's a mountain of tentacles and floating pages where the souls of people who sought knowledge are trapped forever, gathering more knowledge for him. And he has seekers to make sure like that happens. Like that's Hermaeus Mora, and that just knowledge and constant seeking of knowledge. Like, who even knows how much Hermaeus Mora knows and will know? So yeah, it's poor Periite. I don't think they could have won against anybody, but going against Herma Mora is like that is like a child trying to go box Mike Tyson. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a first round bye for Hermaeus Mora.
Yeah.
He tried though, Periite.
He did his best.
But again, I agree. That shield is real cool.
I love that shield. It's so
nice.
It's so great.
That shield is real cool. And when I was younger, because I didn't know all the lore, I'm like, well, he's a dragon. That's cool. But then, yeah, it's the form of a dragon to look. All right. So that will move us from that to number 7 seed, Hircine, taking on Mephala. I feel like this is a very close battle in my opinion, but we'll start with you, Lotus.
All right. Sorry, I was just responding to chat. All right, so who do we have? Sorry, Hircine and Mephala, was it?
Oh yeah, before we move on, all the votes have been like, biased one way or the other. The prediction for Herma Mora versus Periite was 99% Herma Mora, 1% Periite.
I think Rykoth said they voted out of spite.
Yeah,
I
that was a spite
That was a spite
I
vote. Okay.
respect that.
Okay.
I do respect the spite vote. And I mean, to be fair, I did call his favorite Daedric prince literal shit. So, I mean, that's probably well earned.
But yeah, we have Hircine taking on Mephala.
All right, that's what I thought. Okay, so if we're starting with me, this is another one that I think could be kind of close because they're too common, but at the same time not overly aggressive. Daedra, like I feel like they're a little more grounded than some of the other ones that are these omnipotent super creatures, or again a box of Kleenex or something like that on the other end of the spectrum. So Mephala, she's got her cults, so to speak. But honestly, Mephala is one of those ones that I personally never remember an awful lot about, so to speak. And I guess it's probably because the concept of Mephala is kind of to be the web spinner. It's not having Mephala in the forefront. You'd be in the background. Like that's her doing what she does. So I guess that kind of makes sense, even from a lore perspective, why I guess it's overlooked a lot. But it makes me curious a lot of times on, is Mephala involved with more than we even realize Mephala is involved? Because we might not even realize it, since that's the point. Hircine, on the other hand, is incredibly straightforward. It's competition rules, and we got to make this fair, which very respectable, especially from a mortal standpoint, because he's not going to just tear out your organs for sport. It's like, well, no, we got to make sure that you have a fighting chance at this. So from a mortal standpoint, I understand the reasoning why a lot of people in Tamriel would pray to Hircine. Hircine's definitely one of the more, even though he's very cut and dry, pretty fair in the grand scheme of things compared to anybody else. And that, I think, unfortunately, when you're playing against somebody who is not going to be looking to play fair, Mafala, you're not going to fare that well unless you stoop to that level. It will be very easy to have your determination that I need to win this competition fair and square, where the other person is looking for any means that they can to cheat in many aspects. So when you have almost, these two are almost like polar opposites of each other fundamentally. And I don't think the high ground of Hircine is going to win him any favors, even though Hircine's a really cool Daedric prince. The concern is that if he's always playing by his own standards, and Mafala will bend whatever rules and bring in whatever backup she can to spin this web of, you know, winning this quote unquote fight, that's going to be the one that wins it, because he's going to get too hung up on his own dogmatic beliefs of like, well, this should be fair. And it's like, that's, you know, if one of you can tamper with the scoreboard and one of you is trying to score legitimate touchdowns to keep this as a sports related thing, the person who can tamper with the scoreboard, if they're not kept in check by anybody, is going to win regardless of whether they should have won or not. And I think that's why Shid pull this one off.
I think all of those points are completely fair. I really was looking for, in my mind, a way for Hircine to win. I love Hircine. I have an all-black cat whose name is Hircine. He is fair. He is the lord of the hunt, you know, werewolves and all of that. His sphere is very well known, but also he is, like you said, very, very fair. Very much like his rules might not match up with the like mortal sense of fairness, but it all falls very much within like a constructed, like, this is how the hunt goes. This is how things are going to be. And we don't know a lot about Mafala because Mafala is the web spinner. She's obscured to mortals. More importantly, she appears as male and female, depending on which Daedric prince she's talking to, who she's interacting with, she, he. So that means Mafala is constantly not just manipulating mortals and the way things are going, but definitely consistently manipulating the other Daedra. We've never been given a lot of insight into how that's impacted Tamriel, but I think if you have somebody who's known as the web spinner who is manipulating the other Daedric princes possibly to create situations, that is again the sort of person who can very easily take somebody as straightforward as Hircine and manipulate them into a situation where they're just gonna lose.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hircine has a lot going for him. And I think one of the points, you know, that isn't often pointed out in discussions is he doesn't actually actively try to get worshipers, which a lot of the Daedric princes do. They go out and they try to convince people like, hey, like, look at all the stuff we're doing or not doing, follow us. Hircine's literally just involved in the hunt. But despite not even going after mortals, he still has one of the largest mortal followings. So he definitely has that going for him. Now, maybe it's because of the law of fair hunt, right? Which is his whole like no cheating, equal things. I agree with Lotus, like that is really appealing to mortals. But I kind of agree with all the points previously made with Mafala. I think like Hircine is kind of in, you know, he's like single, he's in the hunt, right? He's attributed to Werebeast, right? And like on the hunting grounds, he hunts everything. It could be other Daedra, it could be people, it could be animals, like, but that's just like his purpose. Like he's all about that spirit of, you know, hunting and sportsmanship. He's a sportsmanship guy. But like Mafala's in it for the long run, but nobody knows how. And I like the whole aspect of her being, you know, the web spinner and just, you know, how intricately all those threads are unwoven together to make whatever, you know, mechanism she wants kind of it to influence towards in the end. I think she has that going for her. Also, personally, I just really love the ebony blade as an artifact. Like, I just think it's super cool. So I personally like Hircine more. But I think in the long run, the vote would have to go to Mafala because I think she's sneaky and I don't trust her. So I'm putting her ahead of me, you know?
The Werebeast thing is a really good point, though. Yeah. I actually didn't even think of that. That's in terms of vampires, I mean, there's all sorts of werebeasts, which that's definitely a point to hear. Seeing some of the werebeasts like wereboars, werecrocodiles, weresharks, it's very
They're
cool.
so cool.
Yeah, very cool.
They are very cool, and I'm very sad every time there's a game that doesn't have them. My first game I ever played was Daggerfall, and you could like be a wereboar, and I was like, yes. And then in Morrowind, I couldn't be a
Yes.
wereboar, and I'm like, I want to be a wereboar. No, but yeah, her scene is all about the love of the game, and we don't fully know Mephala like inner workings. Truthfully, Mephala might be doing absolutely nothing, but she's so mysterious, she's going to get a lot of credit either way.
I agree. Also, she's kind of like a poster Daedric prince. Like she just gets involved with mortal affairs for her own personal amusement. And if that doesn't scream Daedric prince, I don't know what does.
All right, so that is boom. Choose outcome, Mephala. So the next prediction really quick. So yeah, our next. Oh yeah, it's Daddy Dagon versus Namira. Maroon's
no.
Dagon. I keep calling him Daddy Dagon, and I just can't stop. But
I mean, I think that's canon at this point, right?
No, I refuse.
when I went into the Blackwood Bethesda announcement stream, and 10 minutes before it started, the entire chat was basically just saying Daddy Dagon, step on me, Daddy Dagon. It's like hundreds of people. I'm like, yeah, it might be canon.
Yikes.
Yeah, that was kind of the cheer. So obviously, Maroon's Dagon has spent a considerable existence wanting to undo the work of Lorkhan, wanting to, get rid of Nirn, get rid of Tamriel, bring things back to like the Plains of Oblivion, back to the way he feels they should be. And I was talking about it with Chad a little bit before the stream. Every time Maroon's Dagon does something, every failure is actually a step forward. He learns something has changed, something has been impacted. The next attempt is different, it's better. He fails again. He's done a lot of damage, he's made a lot of headway, and he's back to thinking. So whereas Molag Bal is the mid-boss, the 80s Skeletor, Maroon's Dagon is, in my opinion, like the very scary final boss who's actually very calculating, even in these very like brash attacks like the Oblivion Crisis. Also, he's got 8-pack abs now, so that's not really a factor of voting one way or the other, but it's worth pointing out.
I mean, we've used less important factors in voting so far.
That's true.
To be fair,
I just
voting for the abs. Don't lie.
However, I know like it's because we have better graphics and stuff, but I'm just gonna look at it from a lore perspective and go, somehow between like the second era and the Oblivion Crisis, he let himself go because he had 8-pack abs, and he's definitely not rocking those in the Oblivion Crisis. However, he is taking on Namira, who is the sphere of ancient darkness, Lady of Decay, lets me eat people and gain health, which is cool's not the word.
Trait.
Yum.
Like, she's associated with a lot of things. Like, she's definitely stronger than someone like Periite, but like being kind of like the patron of like beggars and things like that, and all sorts of things, and also like being associated with like darkness, but you also have nocturnal. I just feel like Namira is actually very cool, very scary, and gets into a lot of things that are really important and manipulative, but just doesn't do them as well. Like, has a bunch of cool factors, but like when it comes to shadows and darkness, Nocturnal's doing that just a bit better. When it comes to like, yeah, she does beggars and decay, but Periite's also doing disease. I don't know. I really like Namira, and I wish I could say a lot more cool things about her, but Daddy Dagon is Daddy Dagon and has consistently almost destroyed the works of like Lorcan from the beginning, and I just have to go with him.
Lotus, I think you should take
All
this.
right. So much like we had the 80s villain in Molag Bal, we have a similar type of thing with Dagon. I'll be curious to see how he comes about in the new Gates of the Oblivion expansion for the coming year of ESO. But in his previous incarnations, he's been the main antagonist twice now. Once in Battlespire, which I have no idea how that ends or whatever, but okay, so he's wrecking house in the Battlespire and sending smarmy scamps to talk shit at me, which is whatever. That's fine. So he's trying to destroy stuff in that situation, which I'm not sure, again, because I haven't actually completed it. I'm still working on it. But he's obviously in some type of deal with Jaeger Tharn. On the other situation that you mentioned with Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, there's the Oblivion Crisis, where he basically decides to jump in and wreck house. The thing is, Dagon most frequently gets referenced as the Lord of Destruction and all these things. But the big problem is it's very rarely referenced, and it's one of the things that I always think is coolest about Dagon is he was originally referred to, from what I remember, I wish I actually had the exact source for this. If Eremetheus has one handy, that would be super useful, because I don't like to just speak without any type of sourcing to this. But originally there was a concept that he was more of a concept behind hope, because of his situation where he's also the Prince of Revolution. And revolution, it could be a good thing back in the times of the Aliens, where they're just enslaving all of humanity. And we've got gut gardens and all these horrific events where experiments are being performed. And on that level, his destruction is overturning the status quo of these horrible, cruel masters, allowing everybody kind of an even footing. Now, granted, it causes 10,000 other issues as a result of that as well. So it might have been well-intentioned, but didn't work out how planned. But it's not just, I like to ruin things for the sake of ruining things. It's more of, whoever's in charge, this needs to be overthrown, which is both a good and a bad thing. It's great if the people in charge are awful. It's terrible if the people in charge are great. He's almost like chaotic neutral. It doesn't matter who's in charge. They just shouldn't be in charge. So it's a little flip-floppy on what his situation is. And without giving Dagon too much credit, a lot of times it almost, this might get a little weird conspiracy theory, but like, he loses in Elder Scrolls 4. You shut him out, you stop the Oblivion Crisis. However, later on down the line, we've lost Martin Septim. That line is basically borked. The Dragonfires are out. Well, suddenly the Empire starts to fall apart. The Empire had been in charge for a while. Was him failing actually him succeeding? It's hard to tell, because the status quo was changed. So did he get defeated, or did he actually win? It's a weird situation where the reason I'm kind of focusing so much on Dagon is the fact that I think it's hard to tell whether you could even beat Dagon in most cases, because his long plays can take a really long time to come about, and it could result from him losing that causes him to win. So I feel Dagon is like almost like an underrated threat, since he does seem to lose a lot, but I'm not sure he actually does.
And
so Yeah.
And yeah, just to add another point in before we get to Avron is obviously whether or not the mythic Dodd who worship him are telling the truth or not, the Oblivion Crisis could be caused if they are telling any form of truth, because when Lorcan decided to form Nirn, he did it by stealing Oblivion that belonged to Dagon at the beginning. So his whole rebellion against Nirn, again, those times like undoing what Lorcan did just because he doesn't view it to be correct, kind of like actually an enslavement of his own like territory. But yeah, I feel like him losing is a lot of times him kind of winning.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's just a weird feature. And I mean, just to make reference to not just talking about Dagon the entire time.
There is Namira.
The competition. Yeah, I was going to say, also there's Namira. Namira is very, very interesting. In many cases, Namira is almost like an amalgamation of several other Daedric princes, like you had mentioned. And one of the things that I started to look up because I wasn't entirely sure if I was correct, but luckily Aramithius did jump in while I was Googling. So in Khajiit myth, it was actually Namira that was the one to corrupt Lorkhaj. So that's no joke. If true, Namira kind of has some dark dealings to the point that you can corrupt other godlike entities, which the thing is, she's not downplayed, but like underplayed in a lot of the games. There's not usually huge Namira quest lines. It's more about cannibals and stuff like that in the games. It's more of the small scale stuff. But I would imagine if Namira got a focus that really wanted to say a situation, like before, could she corrupt a situation and use Dagon to her advantage by putting somebody in power that would intentionally get overthrown, but then do something else she wanted? It's hard to tell because the potential for the power is there, but it doesn't seem like oftentimes it's used much more beyond a very small scope of here's this pack of cannibals, or, there's this decaying situation here. And it's like, well, we're doing with it. It's like she seems to aim small, but have the potential for big. So that's why it's like the possibility of her being more impressive, definitely there, but I don't see it without more of it again, I guess would be my thing. So I would still give it to Dagon, even though maybe there's more there that could be used, but we just haven't seen enough of it that I would pick that over Dagon.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot to be said for Namira, both in and out of Khajiit lore. I know, like, she's kind of like referenced, she's also kind of like a shadowy kind of Daedra, right? And a lot of times she's credited with like her makings are of eternity. Like that's a pretty big deal. But like Dagon's influence on Nirn is just you can't escape it. I mean, and Lotus brought up the point I was going to make too, with the whole him actually coming to the Imperial City, the whole end of the Third Era, like the ripple that set across Tamriel for mortals is so large that it just can't be downplayed. I mean, you have the Dragonfires are out, yeah. The Septim Dynasty is done, right? Tamriel falls into absolute chaos. You have like, the Mages Guild, magic gets this bad rep from the Oblivion Crisis. Obviously, you have like the rise of the Thalmor. It's just there's so many things that come there that it's just like, yeah, he did lose, but like at what cost? And we talked about last round, like Mephala, like, pulling threads and just kind of getting what she wants. I think Dagon's kind of that same way. So I'm definitely going to go with him. I think all the points, I agree with them. They're all points that I was going to make. So, I mean, I guess Daddy Dagon wins.
Something I didn't get brought up about Namira, not enough to edge over Daddy Dagon, is that like she is the one in kind of control and influence of the Darkheart, which
yeah,
interesting. yeah, I
He does have a lot of lore associated
Yeah.
with
Yeah, I
the
was-
Dark
Yeah.
Art.
I was kind of cruising through stuff that I hadn't seen before while I was listening. I was like, oh, I did not realize like a bunch of lore associations with the Dark Art. I don't think it puts her above Dagon, but that actually definitely edges her up a bit. But Daddy Dagon takes the victory here. All right. Before we get to round 2, our final first round fight is the 6th seed. Because people love him to death. He's a party animal, Sanguine versus Vaymina. And
Okay, so just the thing with this, again, some of these matchups, it's like they were destined to be. I feel like if you're at a Sanguine party too long, you're going to end up dealing with Vermina because you're drunk. Like,
Yeah.
And you're just hungover and God knows what you're going to dream while you're smashed on the couch. So, like, the fact that these two just happen to sync up is pretty funny. But I like Sanguine. Sanguine is a funny Daedric prince, but for the most part, Sanguine seems like Sanguine just does not give an F about anything in the situation more often than not, where it's just debauchery and all these ridiculous scenarios. And much like the goofy, jovial side of Sheogorath that we get in a lot of the games, where Sheogorath is actually pretty dark, especially in a lot of the side stories and stuff like that. We've mentioned the 16 Accounts of Madness several times, where some of the Sheogorath has a very dark, like, mental illness side that's not funny. It's just horrifying, like sociopath horrifying. And Sanguine's almost just the jokey side, or at least it seems that way in almost all of his situations. Whereas Vermina, I don't really know, other than Vermina's likes just horrifying people, I'm not really sure what Vermina's ever trying to do other than just scare people and make them afraid of things. So I guess as a result of that, I mean, she can do more damage. Just because she could probably snap people's psyche. She's just like, she's more threatening from that standpoint, whereas Sanguine just seems like somebody I would go to the bar with. I don't know. I've never gotten anything. His appearance does not match his like motif whatsoever. He looks like, he's kind of a stereotypical looking Dremora, which as a de facto thing, it's like, oh, they're demons. These are your generic hellspawn demons. Except he, hands you a mug of ale and then gets you hammered, and it's just like that. All of his things are jokey and goofy, and it's just like, oh, what hijinks did Sanguine come up, get us into last night? Whereas at least Vermina's terrifying and something like that. So I'd say Vermina, just because I think she'd actually care. Whereas I'm not sure Sanguine would be like sober enough to really give a shit for very long.
You've covered all like the most important points, I think. I'm gonna cover the two things in Sanguine's favor, even though my vote's not gonna go with Sanguine. One, we all talk about how great when we see Mephala dressed sometimes, and Mephala did commission Sanguine to craft those clothings. So he's not just a party animal. He is the like official fashion designer of Daedra who want to have style. And well, that's not a very powerful thing. It's something in his favor.
It's more direction than I had realized that he had.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you're familiar with the television show Lucifer, he just reminds me of Lucifer, but instead of looking mortal, he's just always looking like a demon. He wants to party and have a good time, and he doesn't really care. Maybe he has duties somewhere he's got to take care of, but he's not going to do them. He's going to get you real drunk. You're probably going to eat a giant's toe. Whereas, Vermina just purely being like the Mistress of Nightmares makes me go, okay, like, I think Vermina wins. I think Vermina goes, nightmarish creatures. I'm going to go ahead and use the Skull of Corruption, all these things. And I think Sanguine just goes, oh no, I lost. And for me, it's like, we didn't even fight. And Sanguine's like, oh no, I'm fine. And just leaves. So,
yeah.
I mean, I think they're two sides of a similar coin, like some of the other matchups. It's funny. It is funny how they got paired up for this. It's like,
Right.
well, these two are actually allies too, and like everything. So
yeah, because
Yeah.
like, one just appeals to the part of us that just wants to have fun and party, and the other is like our literal dreams, right? And then the things we fear. You know, and you know, one throws parties that are so great you might have to commit suicide to leave, and the other just kind of messes with your head while you're sleeping or not sleeping. However, you know, Sanguine does have a wine that supposedly controls the dead. I don't know if anyone knew that.
I did not know that.
That's
I
actually
forgot about that.
yeah, right. Like that's kind of cool. However, like, I don't know. This is a tough one because he does have a lot of really cool stuff going for him. Like, yeah, okay, I guess he gets a rep as like a party boy. But if you think like his artifact, right, his rose staff artifact, I mean, that's so enticing that even Martin Septim fell for that one. And he's like, oh, where'd you get this? Like, I remember this. Martin was a party boy. Who knew?
Yeah, he partied so hard with Sanguine. Afterwards, he had to devote himself to Akatosh. He was just like, I've
Just to
lived
get
too
rid of
hard.
this then.
I've partied too hard. It's Akatosh, I'm here now, bud. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, that's pretty, you know, I mean, and like, yeah, he's partying, but like, it's not like you get to choose the party. It's like, no, you're going to party and you're going to like it and you're going to stay here and party. And then you just kind of descend into madness. So I think he has a lot going for him, but personally, I'm more afraid of my nightmares. Like, I think that's just a very human fear, you know, of like the things we dream and like the things we just are that terrify us and keep us up at night. So I'm going to go for Vermina, I think, as well.
Yeah. So it's just kind of funny because like I love to learn about the lore, but my draw to the series has always been you know, the gameplay of them that gets me hooked. I'll just like play them a whole bunch. And whenever I think of Sanguine's Rose, I struggle to remember what the hell it even does.
I think it summons.
It summons a Dramora.
Okay,
I just looked it up.
I've never used it.
Yeah,
I get
so
it. I'm like, yay,
always...
and back.
I know. It's so that's one of the things. It's like trying to, from a lore perspective, it's like, oh, you know, that was such a draw. But it's like when I get it, I'm like, oh, cool, this will prop up this bookshelf. Like, here we go. And then, like, if I really want, I can summon a Daedra to hold my like soup while I eat it or something. It's like, it's just from a gameplay perspective. It's funny because it has no draw, but in the lore, it's supposed to have much more meaning to it. So it's just a strange side effect of being more gameplay focused than story focused sometimes.
If we weren't talking about all of Elder Scrolls, we were just talking about ESO. I think Tatanko has a solid point, however, which is fashion is endgame. So that makes it important by extension.
That's very true.
If it was just ESO, I think that might give Sanguine some points. But all right, so that is our first round. I did realize I forgot to run your prediction for Sanguine versus Vermina. Sorry about that, everyone. We'll make sure I run the next one. So that leaves us into round 2. We now have much more difficult matchups because we're going to have Sheogorath taking on Meridia, Azura taking on Boethia, Hermamora taking on Mephala, and Daddy Dagon taking on Vermina. So that brings us back to Sheogorath, and now against Meridia. Do either one of you want to start with that?
Do you want to go, Lotus, or you want me to?
Yikes. Why don't you start with this one, actually?
All right. I'm going to go a little quickly because I feel like all the points have already been made.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
going
these
for
are going to speed
Sheogorath.
along quicker, I would imagine, now
Yeah,
that we've...
The
Yeah.
first round was really,
Cases.
yeah.
I'm going for Sheogorath, and here's why. It's already established in lore. Like, yeah, okay, he's kind of silly, but it is established in lore that the other Daedric princes fear his cunning. He has been known to trick them. The 16 Accords of Madness have proven that he can trick all of the other princes. So he is so scary that like Meridia has a lot going for her, but I think at the end of the day, Sheogorath is going to come out as top dog. Like he's so clever, and he's so like, you don't even know what he's doing. Like you have no idea what he's even doing and what he's trying to achieve. I think in the long run, that is way more powerful than anything Meridia can pull off, and I'm voting for Shio.
I think we've already covered a lot of things. I think everyone just covered a lot of things. So instead, I pulled up a quote I grabbed off of UESP earlier that I forgot to grab the citation from, and I think this just will sum up why I think Sheo wins. A change is coming. Everything changes. Even Daedric princes. Especially Daedric princes.
Yes.
So I'm just going to use that quote and move Sheo along here.
So
I'm going to look up the citation while you're talking, though.
yeah, so it's going to be interesting. So obviously you two are for Sheo, and I definitely understand the reasoning, because Sheo, although goofy, is way more threatening than many realize. And on the flip side of the situation, because this is actually there are a couple Daedric princes that I thought would be very interesting matchups in terms of like overall. Meridia would have been one of them. Sheogorath is kind of all over the map, but very terrifying and has 9,000 different plays. Meridia also she's very focused. And again, she manipulates many situations to her advantage. It's not going to matter because, again, we got the 2 votes for Sheogorath. But this is one of these fights where I could actually see a coin flip going to either of them. If something along Meridia's lines works out, Sheogorath might not have the opportunity to do whatever off the wall thing he would want to do. Now, his previous form of Jiggalag was brutally powerful, and a lot of that remains through with Sheogorath of his strength, but he's not the Daedric prince he was when he was Jiggalag. Hence why they all grouped up and kind of like nuked him, because they didn't want that type of power organized in one situation. So in terms of like, if you were to come down to a power struggle, I feel like it could go either way. And then whichever plan they go for, I could again see this going either way. I'm kind of glad you two agree, because I would make a terrible tiebreaker for this one, because I'm not sure I would have a solid answer to which one of these two I could see winning. I could see it, say you've got, a full week and they fight each day on coolness factor or whatever factor it is that they're going for. Any day of the week, it could go 3 days for Sheogorath, 3 days for Meridia, or vice versa. So I think it would be close, and I'm not upset that Sheogorath wins, but I also wouldn't have been upset if Meridia had won. I could see this I think is one of the closest of them so far.
I think these are all going to be hard.
Yeah, this is going to get rough at the end.
while my vote was very, very quick, it was very like hair thin. But I was looking at potential matchups before both of you joined. As like, I just see this next one being Sheogorath and Meridia. So it is an edge. I think you're right in a lot of ways about Meridia, what she's accomplished. I just think more often than not, by just a small fraction, Sheo comes out on top.
Mm-hmm. Which I totally can see.
Yeah, it's definitely, some of the first round ones weren't really close. This one's definitely much closer. I think.
Yeah, these are going to get tough.
Super close, because
these are going to start getting tough.
Our next one is Azura, but Azura's taking on Boethia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oof.
And
I'm not starting this one.
I'm really back and forth. So do you want to start this one, Lotus?
Sure. As much as I personally prefer Azura, and I think Azura is a very cool Daedric prince, much in the same fashion of, I think the biggest strength of Boethia is just the raw brutality of Boethia. And again, we got into their Daedric artifacts are kind of neat or whatever, but like, as strong as Azura has the potential to be, I wonder if she would be outdone in a situation of, if Boethia just were to savagely attack Azura's followers, for example, that I feel would break Azura, probably not in the best way of like a directed anger, but like an all over the place anger, more than I think that it would hinder Boethia. And Boethia doesn't give a crap. It's like, yeah, no, kill yourselves, kill them, kill everybody, whatever, if it's going to get her to where she needs to go. So I get the impression that Boethia would, in a situation like this, be able to use the removal she has of compassion and abuse Azura's over compassion on many things to like win one of these scenarios personally.
You want to go next, Avron, or should I?
I mean, I can. I'm torn. I mean, I think you make a good point, Lotus, too. I think if it was like a full-fledged attack, yeah. But, you know, I mean, Azura has shown that she's so malicious and that her grudges don't die. I mean,
that's very true.
You look at like just even the tribunal with Nerevar. I mean, that's like an example of someone like attacking someone that she absolutely loved, right? And now it just grew into this whole like, oh, like, you know what, that's fine. Like, go do your thing, play God. I'm coming for you at the end. And she stuck to it.
Yeah.
You know, to the point where they did fear her in a not like a outright way, I think, but they always kind of knew it was coming, you know? And I mean, she has that going for her, which makes me think like, yeah, Boethia could do whatever she wants, but in the end, you know, Azura doesn't forget, and she certainly does not forgive. So I think she has that going for her. But I want to vote for her just for that. But at the same time, like Boethia's plotting, like I think that she just has a slight edge. So I think I'm just going to give it to Boethia and save myself.
I'm also going to give it to Boethia by a sliver, because while Azura is not all good, and like the good Daedra of like constantly gets credit because also is very cruel in a lot of ways, Boethia is the deceiver of nations for a reason.
Yeah.
And Boethia
plots on plots.
plots on plots, and just doesn't stop. Where like Azura is cruel, there is compassion, and if Boethia is like dead set on something, it generally happens. And I think that tenacity edges out Azura in the fight. Boethia. All right. So that rounds out the top half of our bracket. The semifinal up there is going to be Sheogorath versus Boethia. But first, we have to go to the bottom half of our bracket. Our number 2 seed, Hermamora, taking on Mephala. So
I should probably go last here.
If you want to start, Avron, I'm just getting the prediction sorted out.
You know, a wise man once said, "Knowledge is power," and if that's true, I've really got to give it to Mora, because I just think he's so strong as a Daedric prince. Like it's so hard to compete with him. I mean, and he's so enticing to mortals just for the unknown, and everyone wants to know things, and he has that pull, you know. And Mephala's got a lot going for her, but I think between the two of them, I'm just gonna say I think it's Mora. I mean, hands down.
We gave a lot of consideration to Mafala because mortals don't know Mafala's sphere. Mafala does Mafala's best to like trick the other Daedra. Hermamora has nothing I can think of where Hermaeus Mora has ever been tricked, for one, and two, while we're giving credit to Mafala for what we don't know and assumptions, Hermaeus Mora is very out there with what he does know and can do, and I would have to give it to the Daedric Prince, who I know exactly what they can do, than the one that probably is doing a lot, but like Hermaeus Mora doesn't have to hide or sneak anything to be as powerful as he is, so I have to give it to Herma.
Obviously, I'm going to give it to Herma, but so to the reasoning other than Hermaeus Mora, the situation at hand is Mafala has a lot of these intricate plans, and just, I mean, the web spinner is the idea of all these plots. But when you're dealing with somebody or something that's the concept essentially of knowledge, I don't know how you outsmart that. And that's the crux of Mafala. So I can't fathom something that could be put into play that would ever matter, because Mora would probably already know about it, or in the search for more knowledge, stumble across it while she's trying to produce it. So there's very little room where I could see her getting away with anything that he didn't already know 7 steps before even Mafala did. So I can't envision a situation where it's what could you do to Hermaeus Mora that would be able to like outsmart him, because again, he doesn't have he doesn't own all knowledge. He hoards knowledge, and he's always questing for more knowledge. But the thing is, as this is, whatever this plot is being created, say she's coming up with some intrinsic plot, his sphere of influence is literally figuring out her plot. So at best, she's able to come up with something as he's basically stealing it, would be my understanding of the situation. And the draw of knowledge, like you said, Avron, that's where a lot of his cults come from, is just this unquenchable lust for like, I need to know these things, I need to have more knowledge, blah 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 blah. And usually it ends up dragging them into insanity within his realm, and then they just become his minions as they go on, or he just disposes of them.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear victory for Hermamora, though Mafala is a great Daedric Prince. It's kind of hard to vote against Hermaeus on that. I already got the prediction going, so our last one before we get to the semifinals here is Mehrunes Dagon versus Vermina. I'm going to start with this one. We talked about Vermina, about nightmares. Now nightmares are scarier than parties when she had to face Sanguine. But when Vermina needs to face somebody as calculating and long plays, and as we already mentioned, wins even when he loses, in the case of Dagon, I don't see how nightmares, as scary as they may be, as much pain as they may have caused here and there over the eras, can stand up to like somebody who's come very, very close a number of times to getting his way. Like the Oblivion Crisis was like down to like a hair play at the very end to not like succeed. And I don't think Vermina's ever done anything quite on that level. So it's kind of an easy pass for Dagon. This is the quarterfinals. I think this is the easiest one for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to counter that. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, no competition. I think Dagon is Tamriel's worst nightmare.
Not sure how, Daddy Dagon kind of got the everybody's voting Daddy Dagon. I'll just go ahead and in the predictions there, because that one was very fast. So Daddy Dagon, I can't stop saying it ever since it was. So our semifinals These ones I think are much close. I would like to point out that the number 1, 2, and 3 seeds, Sheogorath, Hermaeus Mora, and Maroon's Dagon, all made their way to the semifinals. But Boethia came in with the upset of the number 4 seed Azura and made it to the semifinals. That's that team in the March Madness that just you don't think is going to go, but they made it. So we are starting off with Sheogorath versus Boethia. And instead of doing predictions, chat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, since we're down to 4, I'm just going to do a poll of who you think is going to win overall. So either one of you want to start with Sheogorath versus Boethia.
Lotus, why don't you start?
Okay, so we're back to another one of these, like, somebody who is very organized with the planning and power in Boethia, and you've got Sheogorath, which is, powerful in his own insanity so far. So the thing is, like, another scenario where it kind of makes me wonder, is it more of a toss-up than it might seem? But I'm not sure, unless I'm mistaken, in all of the situations where Sheogorath has kind of bumped heads with anyone else, there are a few, ironically, they seem to be more or less remaining on this list, where Sheogorath didn't have direct conflict with. So a few of them, it's a little more like obvious that Sheogorath is like, oh, well, he's smarter than he looked, or this was so off the wall insane, they didn't account for it or whatever. So I don't know necessarily how this would play out. The one thing that is interesting, though, is Boethia's focus here is usually just like strength through, power and survivability and all these things. What is Sheogorath going to do that would ever phase Boethia? Because you could, she makes something. Okay, fine. I murdered it. That's fine. She's cool with that. That's actually what she does, her own things for sport. So, like, how are you going to phase her with that? It would come down to a situation where I wonder, would this be the first time Sheogorath's off-the-wall insanity actually backfires against him? Because would he have a clear focus in a situation where the other person is unfazed by whatever you throw at them, no matter how insane? So would there be a defining factor that Sheogorath could use that would ever deter Boethia, especially because Boethia is notoriously strong as well as one of the, older Daedra. So I actually think that Boethia might win this situation just based on the fact that I'm not sure what would ever phase her off of winning the situation. It's almost like a victory from, I can't think of a solution. Like, how can I put this? A victory as a means of, I can't think of a reason she would lose this head-to-head scenario personally, unless I'm missing something that maybe one of you two have.
Avron?
I mean, yeah, I think this is tough, but I almost want to go with Shio. Just because, like, yeah, okay, I know he gets a rep for like just being crazy and murdering things, which, like, yeah, and Boethia is like, cool, like, go for it. And someone made a good point too, like, Shio could probably burn the whole world down, and Boethia be like, meh, all right. But I think there's something to be said for Shio's unpredictability. And that's a lot true. Of, I really feel like if there was a situation and he just did something so off the wall, like, I think there's a reason why, he's other princes are on edge around him. And I think the Accords of Madness kind of proves that, like, he just has this way of kind of like just slipping in the win in like the most unexpected ways, because he kind of plays off of a lot of the other princes' vanities. And
I can see that.
I think his cunning would win out. I don't know what his cunning against Boethia would look like, because I don't think we have a really good example of that in the lore as is. But I just think he would surprise us. I think he would pull something out and surprise us. And I really think that Boethia, for everything she has going for her, she would not know how to react. And I think that's where Shio would win. So that's my opinion. So I would go with Shio.
All right, fair.
This one is really super close, and I really want to go with Sheogorath. I really want to go with Boethia because, yeah, Sheogorath is unpredictable. Can Boethia handle that unpredictability? I think Boethia has consistently handled unpredictability in a lot of ways. So I went back to my notes and looking through passages and stuff I wrote down from like various things, and looking back in like various lores. During this time, Boethia walked the many paths. No, that's not the right one. Sorry, there's another one. Boethia fought Demon King Mollog to a draw when he attacked the lattice along with Dagon and Marinunda. Boethia's actions allowed Azura to shackle Mollog. She also fought Noctra until it knew it was not Namira. I grabbed that from USP, from the lore there. The fact that Boethia is credited, like whether that happened or not, is credited with so many things, like insurmountable odds fighting a Demon King along with Dagon, or separating Namira from Noctra, things like this. Like the things that Boethia gets credited for doing are so insurmountable. While Sheogorath might be unpredictable and do something Boethia never ever thought of, Boethia has consistently been faced with those odds, and that's why I give the edge to Boethia here.
I'm not mad with that decision.
I think others may be. She was very popular. But
I mean, she has a lot. So some of these princes are really underrated. Yeah. So I think this is a great example of one of them coming up to the front.
Yes, and also it's kind of funny because our remaining situation has also kind of proved that a few of these Daedric princes kind of have bullshit win buttons. Yeah. That is really hard to just, here's my over-the-top super win, and then the other ones over-the-top super win.
Well, the last four kind of all have like, Speaking of the last four, the other semifinal match, Hermaeus Mora, Mehrunes Dagon. Dagon, and chat pointed out, like, if we keep mentioning Dagon gets the pass because he wins when he loses, how do you say Dagon loses? So, they keep saying Mora wins because Mora has all the So I'm interested where you go with this one, because this is
all right.
This is hard.
So, I'll start with this one because this is my hill to die on, or my giant potato mountain with tentacles to die on here in this case. So being that I kind of made the outrageous assumption that maybe Dagon wins just because we don't know how this all plays out, I'm going to need to basically backtrack my way through this if I intend to counter my own point. But what I will say, because I stand by that, it's very hard to point out the logical way of completely eliminating either of these, because they're so over the top with what they have the potential to do. And the reason I want to say that I still think in this situation, to the surprise of I'm assuming no one, I actually think, even though I made the argument for you don't really know with Dagon whether you've won or not, it's the situation from how Hermaeus Mora describes himself, in which, let me see if I can find it. The door unopenable, the book unreadable, the question unanswerable. Hermaeus Mora is constantly scrying the tides of fate, of past and future, to read the stars in the heavens. So theoretically, he has the potential to know whether Dagon was supposed to succeed or fail, and manipulate that in a way that his success or failure is actually part of what he should be scrying for to begin with. So since he has that knowledge or the potential for that knowledge, wouldn't he be able to manipulate the scenario to make that work to his favor? So it's really a problem of who, I guess until you reach literally the end of time, who do you know which one of these two has actually won this? Because if it looks like Dagon won, well, is it actually Hermaeus Mora setting it up? And if it looks like Hermaeus Mora won, wait, was that actually Dagon failing for the sake of trying to further his own situation? So this situation, as much as I love Hermaeus Mora, is borderline a stalemate. Although I think just from the potential of him being able to scry all time, and assuming that the quote I made before where he's, I think it was actually from a forum post from Michael Kirkbride. So this, whether you want to include this or not, because it gets a little weird, whether it's like, oh, well, what's lore or what's canon, what's not canon. But if he's made from the scraps of creation from previous Kalpas, wouldn't he basically already have the, like, can you beat something that's literally made of the collapse of time itself? Like, because he's going to know what's going to happen before, and he's going to be made of what just happened now. It's the ultimate kind of like bullshit win button, but what are you supposed to do to that? Because he can see all of these outcomes in theory, at least. So that's why I would say that just in that situation, as over the top as Dagon is, if what we said originally is taken as true, would even that be able to beat Hermaeus Mora in this situation?
Avron?
I mean, it is kind of a stalemate because, like,
Yeah.
on the knowledge, like, it's true. Like, if you can see what's coming, that's really powerful. But sometimes even knowing what's coming, you can't always stop it. And Dagon kind of has brute force on his side, I think. Like, he may not be the best thinker, but he's definitely an action maker. But I wouldn't say that, like, Mora is just all about, let me just endlessly scry for knowledge. He's obviously working with the knowledge he gets. I mean, that's kind of his whole thing, and it's so hard to assume what Daedric princes are doing or knowing or working towards, because it is a little bit beyond, like, moral comprehension. So, like, Dagon might just, he definitely has, I think, more of a bigger ripple effect on mortal affairs. But I think in the long run, like, who's not to say that's not working towards something that Mora already knows is coming in his favor? And I feel like I could just flip a coin and this could go either way, to be honest. So, I mean, I want to side with Mora because I think there's more coming from him, just because, like, it's just, even if you can't stop what's coming, that doesn't mean you can't manipulate it to kind of make it work in your favor. And I think that's what Mora has going for him lore-wise. So, like I said, I think this is a flip of a coin, but I might go with Mora. I mean, that's just how I feel, like, instinctively, but I don't know.
I want to go with Mehrunes Dagon for so many of the reasons that were discussed. But then Lotus did a really good job of pointing some things out. So I'm going to go back to gameplay and artifacts, and something that Lotus brought up in the very first round. And since I can't make a decision based on, like, Mehrunes is like this, but Herma might know, but Dagon's more direct, I'm just going to go with the fact that as cool as Mehrunes Razor and the Deadlands Hammer and things like that are, Black Books and Ogma Infinium are far more powerful. So because I can't decide going back and forth, I'm just going to go straight by the artifacts you get in the games and go with Herma.
Woo!
I mean, this is literally like, just, we could flip a coin and determine it that way. It's hard.
Yeah, this one is much like Sheogorath and Meridia to
Yeah.
me, where it was like, look, you can really argue your way either way on this and kind of dig your way to a victory from either perspective. So it's just like, yeah, there are a couple Daedric Princes where it's like, oh man, these things are so over the top.
Yeah, and it's like it's hard to compare some of the Daedric princes too, because like some of them might have brute strength, but that doesn't necessarily always mean anything. You know what I mean? So
Although before we get to the final match, there is some good comments in chat, such as Arkin here. Like I can know every single move of Mike Tyson to the second, but he still smacked the hell out of me just because I know when to dodge doesn't mean my body can handle such speeds.
That's actually a good point, but at the same time, that's saying that the current situation is okay. You're in a boxing match. That's fine. That's actually a good analogy for this. We'll go with that. If you're in a boxing match and for example, you can scry the tides of fate and you know every swing Mike Tyson is about to throw at you, but you're a tentacly smoke blob and don't have any ability to put up boxing gloves. Well, if you're getting pushed against the ropes like you're getting destroyed, what if you then slid through the ropes and used that extra momentum to throw Mike Tyson out of the ring? Like, you can see all these scenarios where when you can read, hypothetically, all possible fates, make fate work for you, bring strength that he's known for against him, use his power against him because he can read all the outcomes already. So that's kind of my point. It's like when you can see all of these aspects of outcomes, you find a way to get to the outcome that you want, even if you are just raw power wise outclassed or something like that. Would be kind of why I would assume it would be so hard to beat a creature like Hermaeus Mora.
Yeah, it's really hard for me. That's why at the start I said we can't just go on like raw power, because obviously raw power Dagon just steamrolls everything. But yeah, I don't know. This one's super close because I just keep going back and forth. I eventually again just went with artifacts because it's, to me, so between like Dagon's unrelenting like assaults and gaining ground even and losing, but like also, I mentioned it earlier, Apocrypha is just the scariest realm in all of Oblivion, and somebody mentioned it.
I agree.
Someone actually mentioned in chat earlier that like the Seekers in Apocrypha probably beat out like half of the Daedric princes in their own right. Like the Apocrypha also gives me a little edge on Hermamora. I would not want to take my character into Apocrypha if I didn't have to, versus like going into Oblivion eventually just becomes like all right, we're popping in there again when it comes to Dagon's realms.
And like knowledge is good to have, but like it can be bad to have too much knowledge, which I think is something that people downplay a lot too. So like that's kind of an edge Mora has too on like his worshippers, because you might get the knowledge you're looking for, but it may not be what you really need, and it may not help you answer your questions, and then it just kind of drives you to madness. Like, and I think there's a power there. Like, yeah, there's something appealing with I can walk up to you and punch you and break your nose, but I think in the long run, the mind games win out over brute strength. I mean, that's just my opinion, which is probably going to help us for figuring out Mora versus Boethia.
Yeah. Also, just as completely unrelated to the fight, other than when you're talking about Herma knowing dodging through the ropes, what I thought of, because I'm also a huge comic book nerd, is Spider-Man's smaller than almost everyone he fights, but because he has spider sense and knows what's coming, he can easily like dodge and overcome. And it kind of makes me think of Herma in a way. But that said, we do have a final. It is Boethia versus Hermaeus Mora.
This is a tough one.
Because again, we've got all these super players at this point left. So
Boethia in, like I said, when we seeded it, I seeded it with my Discord's votes. Boethia was definitely an underdog, but Boethia's here in the finale. So
it's one of those situations where It's kind of the argument. I mean, at this point, we've discussed both of these Daedric Princes up through the previous 3 rounds. So they've kind of been really fleshed out a decent amount. And it would be one of the situations where it's which of these previous arguments would you just feel would be the one to pull it off here? And much in the same way that I would have the same problem if Dagon had basically beaten Mora. Well, how, there's a situation of like, what do you really do to, well, when you have this Mora situation, it's going to be tricky to understand what exactly is Boethia going, like, Hermaeus Mora equally does not give a crap about people, whether they're his followers or not, if it's going to block him from getting what he desires. For anybody, I assume everybody on the planet at this point has played Skyrim, and most of the people on the planet have played Dragonborn. Hopefully you have. But in that situation, he's specifically looking for a piece of knowledge that he doesn't have, because he's not just omnipotent. He's constantly hoarding more and more knowledge to use so that he can look through time and all these things. Well, the Skull have something that he wants. And as a result, when he gets it, he just fries the dude with tentacle murder and tosses him aside once he's got it. There's another ESO quest where you're in, if I'm not mistaken, it's Green Shade. It might be Grotwood, but it's a Bosmer cult. And they weren't providing the information that he was looking for at the time. So he essentially turned them into husks that he could use to get said knowledge. Their reward for praying to him was, oh, cool, we got used to get him what he needed, and then he just casually tossed us away because we didn't just give him what we wanted. It's like the whole murder factor that Boethia has actually probably been able to utilize before is actually equally utilized, because Hermaeus Mora has an obsessive desire for knowledge. So that's his only goal. Boethia's goal is obsession for power and proving yourself. So it's really just okay, well, if it comes down to both of them, just their goal is what they're going for, who has the most at their disposal? And again, that's where we kind of, or at least I will throw the kind of BS card where it's like, well, one of you has the ability to scry the fates of time and all this stuff. It's like, what is she ever going to do to him that he wouldn't already know and probably have some degree of counter to, which is just, I don't really know how you fight that. He's like a giant walking, like, MacGuffin. Or floating.
Here I come with the underdog vote for Boethia.
All right.
Even after I voted against Daddy Dagon. I voted against Daddy Dagon because he is winning and losing and all of that. He's still very, very direct. I already mentioned how Dagon and Boethia had squared off at one time, and Boethia came out the victor in that battle, at least according to some lore. So yep. In that factor, if this had come down to Boethia and Dagon, I would have already put Boethia above Dagon, which is why I give Boethia an edge here. And that's because despite everything that happened with the tribunal after like the eruption of the Red Mountain, Boethia is now reclaiming the Dunmer, a lot of them coming back to Boethia's faith, being taught like a new way against the old tribunal's misguided teaching, which means Boethia has taken on insurmountable, unpredictable odds, which is why I gave Boethia the edge on Sheogorath. But also, Boethia can bide her time. So if Hermaeus Mora and Boethia squared off, and Hermaeus Mora is coming out on top, Boethia has proven the ability to just completely bide time, to change circumstances, influence minds and followers, become stronger, and come back. So honestly, I'm gonna go full Rocky on this one. If they were squaring off once, I think Herma Mora would Apollo Boethia, but I think in the long run, Boethia figures out how to come out on top, and I'm going to give the vote to Boethia. So Avron, it's up to you to decide who comes out in this battle here.
Oh, no.
Wow. No
And
pressure
in
or
the
anything.
final round. Oh, I mean, you both made such good points, and they're both valid. And at the end of the day, if you're immortal, you don't want any Daedric Prince to win. So,
No,
which is
no.
making it.
Yeah, we're all doomed.
Makes it
if this
hard.
was a real thing.
If we were voting for mortals, we should have just put Sanguine to the end, because if one has the win, it's like, hey, Sanguine, let's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at
At
least
least
he
he
has
be
fun.
drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, or here seen, at least he gives us a sporting chance. Like those are, and we eliminated both of them right out the gate.
I think if I'm just thinking of this, like if I put myself in the shoes of a mortal in Tamriel, and I'm being forced to choose between which Daedric Prince must I abide and live with for the rest of time. Both options are equally sucky. I would rather like hit the red eject button or get the scroll of Icarian flight and nope out of there. But like if I think about like who I would rather like spend more time with, it would be Mora. But on the like they both sting, because no matter which one you're looking at, I mean, both options are terrible. They're bad, right? Boethia and her followers, like they could literally backstab you for sport. I mean, look at Dragonstar Arena. Like Hyeth has been her champion for so long, and some new people come around. She's like, "Oh, sorry, Hyeth. Like, remember, people are watching. They're gonna murder you," and he just loses his mind. Whereas if you go to, Hermaeus Mora's round, you will literally lose your mind for other reasons.
Yeah.
So. But I mean, and I think the only way my vote's going to come down for Mora is for a really silly reason, and it's just that I like his Daedric realm more.
Okay. that's completely.
At the end of the day, I'd rather go there, and if that's what it's going to come down to, because both of these princes are equally valid, I mean, whatever, I did it. I would rather go wander aimlessly and be a knowledge slave than, waiting for my time to be.
And I guess in that regard, you kind of only get ransacked and tossed aside when you're not kind of working properly for Mora, because like usually it's people.
Oh, he'd murder me, but.
Oh, I'm sure he'd murder me too, even though I love him. But like, as long as you're at least trying to follow suit, I mean, the original Dragonborn with Miraak, they were on great terms originally, but then it's just like, he starts getting uppity and thinks he can control the situation. That was his downfall. It wasn't that, he did that essentially to himself. Boethia, I feel like, man, if that's just what you're going to understand is, man, oh man, I would be concerned about just like, I napped for too long and somebody took that as a sign of weakness and got stabbed and should be happy about it. It's like, oh God, like this is most unpleasant.
I mean, like they're so valid, and I really hate to have Lotus win with his Mora love, but I mean, it's like I would say Mora wins for me by 0.1%. Like it's almost nothing.
Between Sheogorath, Boethia, Meridia, Dagon, and Mora, I mean, you could have really just, there's no such thing as a 5-sided coin, but you could have flipped that and I could have seen any of those popping out as the like victor. So I'm just going to take this as divine intervention that Mora was meant to win.
Now, if it wasn't Daedric Prince versus Daedric Prince, but Daedric Champion versus Daedric Champion, I would make a stronger case for Boethia, given Ebony Mail and Goldbrand would make it. Oh yeah, it would make a mortal champion of Boethia basically untouchable by any form of like magic and things like that. But in them against each other, it was a very sliver, and I had to go with the rocky play on Boethia, though. I had voted Boethia over Sheogorath, who is my favorite to win, so I was like, I'm gonna stick to Boethia. But yeah, I think
no matter who you had, you could have had different arguments for different princes, which is the cool thing about them. So it was really interesting to hear Lotus's thoughts, and I came with my own too. So
no, it was awesome. Thank you both for being here and doing that. And like,
this was a ton of fun.
It was so fun.
Like you already said, the final four, like it could have gone.
Well, because they're all so over the top with their like potentials.
They all have their like big red button like plot.
Yes.
like
Here's
I win
here's
button.
my ultimate trump card. I can do
Yeah.
this. It's like,
Yeah.
oh wow, okay, that pretty much should just win everything. That's ridiculous. Like, so no, this was super fun.
Yeah, it was so great. Thanks so much for having me on Loctavian. I love to talk lore, so this was great.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate both of you coming on, talking lore. There is, like I said, again, it's been in chat and it's underneath both of them, but both of them stream /Avron Doodles / Lotus of Doom. Lotus of Doom is also part of Tales of Tamriel podcast, Elder Scrolls Lore podcast. Avron also streams on UESP. So plenty of places to check both of them out, plenty of places to get a lot more lore. And again, I appreciate both of you being willing to do this because you have lore podcasts and you have a bunch of these things that are very hardcore lore. And what I wanted to do was something that was lore based, but like a sports tournament, definitely very different because like something that was just kind of out of the box. Like this is never going to happen. The 16 Daedra never going to get into
Right.
a March Madness. So I thought it was kind of a unique approach to
I
it. So
love this format. I want to debate some other things this way now.
Right.
So I'm glad you both had a lot of fun. It seems like other people had fun too. So if I can come up with some other things like this, I'll definitely reach out to both of you. Everybody, please, again, I'll put it in chat. If you haven't already, please check out their channels, follow them, check out both of the podcasts, the UESP podcast, which Avron's not on, but is a great podcast as well. UESP channel. Check out all those things. They're wonderful. Thank you again both for being here, and I really appreciate you both.
Yeah, no, thank you again for having me. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I like chatting with your viewers too. That was really cool.
Oh, it was really cool because it's a good mix of viewers from, I think, all three of us, because I definitely see names I don't normally see. So I think it was really fun having a good mix of 3 different communities kind of all chiming in. So
yeah, for sure.
So.
ESO fam, you know.
ESO fam.
Yep.
All right. So I'll go ahead and get off the call now. For everybody else in chat, I'm still streaming for a bit longer. I have other things coming up. So I will be right back after I get this call again. Avron and Lotus, thank you so much. Really appreciate you both.
No, my pleasure. I'll be looming in chat the rest of your stream.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciated it.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So the agree or disagree, I saw a lot of disagree. The poll was definitely Dagon, Sheo, and Hermit in third. But was definitely a lot of fun and interesting. So appreciate everybody sticking around and being a part of this. Like I said, definitely want to think of more things along these lines so we can do other kind of lore debates in basically take a unrealistic format such as a March Madness tournament, but still debate lore along with it. Rykoth, Malakoth was wronged and you all know it. I'm a big fan of Malakoth. I do feel shame for not pushing Malakoth ahead of Rykoth. So awesome. ESOFM. So now that we are done with that, so some people mentioned having their own votes. Not today, but in the future, I will set up the same tournament with the same seating. I'll make sure I announce it ahead of time. So instead of, you can just vote via polls, and we'll go ahead and see how it turns out different with chat in the future. As far as today goes, yesterday we did our first Tavern Talks podcast talking with ESO streamers with KJ Driz. We're trying to get a number of them in the bank as far as podcast goes before we get on a regular schedule. So I'm actually going to be talking with another ESO streamer here at 5 p.m. So in about 45 minutes. We'll be talking with Sakar, who is a Elder Scrolls streamer, primarily focuses on PvP, has been Emperor. So we're going to be having a wonderful chat today. Today's kind of all about talks and chats with Sakar about becoming a streamer, about ESO fam, about Elder Scrolls Online, and PvP and things along those lines. Before that, though, I would love to keep chatting lore with everybody who is sticking around. I've been on stream for about 3 hours now, so I do need to stretch take a bit of a bathroom break, grab a quick snack. So for everybody who won't be here when I get back, I really appreciate you taking time. The most important thing I feel like we have in life is time. So the fact that you took any time and spent it here today really means a lot to me. Again, big shout outs to Lotus of Doom and Avron Doodles for participating. Check out their channels. Thank you everybody else in chat though for participating and playing along, putting in your 2 cents and things like that. But yeah, for those who are not going to be here when I get back, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate you. For those who will be when I get back, we do have some more fun Elder Scrolls content before we get into another kind of podcast situation. I do realize at the start of stream, I did a giveaway for a t-shirt and I forgot to pull the winner before we started the podcast. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that winner now. So Ezradel, congratulations on the t-shirt win. And everybody just saw that Party Octopus t-shirt. That is a new piece of merch I just had. I like to give it away. So we're going to go ahead and get another shirt giveaway going over the break. So yeah, for those of you who are curious what that is, I will pop it up on screen so you can see what the shirt actually looks like once the giveaway's up and going. CB, I'll be here but lurking for a bit. Nice. Thanks, Eggs. Good discussion. Glad you put this together. I'm glad you liked it, CB. I'm glad that it seems like a lot of people actually really enjoyed it, which is very cool. Yeah, and also, just like all of my content, I always try to find things that went well or things that didn't go as well so I can always improve. So you don't have to post it in chat, but if you want to DM me on Discord or anything like that, I'm always happy to hear feedback, whether it's things you liked and like to see again and if we did something like this, or if it's something that you thought could have been done a bit better. I'm happy either way. If you want to give any feedback, always willing to hear it. Real quick. Let me show the t-shirt before I take my break so people can see what they're ante and up for if they're interested. Nope, that's our old design. Just a second. There we go. So yeah, this is the shirt. It has our Loctopus Party Disco Octopus on it. It's exclamation ante up. Again, I will be right back. For those who won't be around, thank you for taking the time. For those who will be, I will see you as soon as I can stretch and get a quick snack. Hello, everybody. I will go ahead and remove that. I'm going to go ahead and catch up on chat that I may have missed, but we just had our... Hey, thank you so much for the host. I actually want to go through... First off, I want to go through all of that because I wasn't able to get to it while we were doing the debate, but thank you so much, Aramithius, Lotus of Doom, Dodged Bark 24, Pilot Jim Jones, Rykoth, and Quid. Sorry, I can't quite say those letters. Tatanko X, all for following. Thank you, Tatanko X and Pilot Jim Jones, for the bits. That's really appreciated. It's never required, but thank you so much for those bits and that support, as well as Lotus of Doom, Livy Jade, and Blasty, all for the hosts. Really kind of you. So yeah, we just finished our first ever kind of tournament format of Daedric Princes. It came down to 4 who any one of them could have won. I do like that it felt like college sports there at the end, because Boethia coming up from the 12 seed to make it to the finals was pretty cool. Can't be mad with a Herma Moral win, but it was still a really good one. Jolk, you did miss the showdown. I'm going to be editing it together, and I'll be putting it on YouTube. So here in a day or two, it will be edited. I'm going to keep most of the content in, just going to kind of edit out some of the dead space. So that'll be up on my YouTube here in the next couple days. If you're curious to catch like what was said as far as lore goes, switch over to the screen real quick though. This is how the brackets went. The 1, 2, and 3 seeds all making it to the semifinals. Boethia coming out over Nocturnal and Azura, and even Sheogorath to make it to the finals, with Hermaeus Mora taking out Daddy Dagon and overcoming Boethia for the first ever Daedric Prince Showdown Championship. People anteing up for the shirt we're giving away. Hey, how you doing, Gondor Bros Gaming? Yeah, we didn't get much of a storm where I'm at, luckily. I know other parts of Portland are much more affected, so Yeah, luckily not too much of a storm here. Hey, how are you, Earthquake? Good to see you. Good to see you, Blasty. Hello, Ezra. Yeah, and like I said, it shouldn't take me too long to edit the video together so I can get it up on YouTube. I want to get it up relatively shortly because I just think it'd be kind of fun content for people to have access to. For those who are curious what is coming up, we are going to be doing, because over the next week I'm filming quite a few of my new Tavern Talks podcasts where we talk with streamers. So we're trying to film a number of them, kind of get a number of them in the can to get edited so that we can get on a regular cadence. So we're actually in about a half hour going to be talking with ESO streamer Sakar. So that's the next thing we have planned and coming up on the channel. I'm gonna go ahead and change the stream title since we did finish the brackets up. Although again, I'm very curious to hear what other people think. Saw a number of comments throughout, people rooting for Azura and Malakath and Sheogorath. So we probably won't do this exact one again, but since this was such a fun thing, I'm going to try to brainstorm and start thinking of other fun lore-based formats, tournaments or otherwise we can do ways to have lore discussions that are outside of the norm, that make you kind of apply your brain towards the lore in a little bit of a different fashion, because I think this was a lot of fun and I'd love to keep doing things like this. Boom. I'm just updating my stream info really quick. Boom, boom, boom. And done. Awesome. Super happy. Yeah, congratulations on winning the shirt, Ezra. And yeah, like I said, we do put it up on screen again. So it's exclamation point Anteup, ANTEUP. We are giving away have some preview merch for our new design. It's the Loctopus Party. It's our Disco Octopus shirt. So we're giving away another one of these. Congratulations, Ezra, on winning the first one today. Oh, that's awesome, Ezra. Hey, Dowdsy. How are ya? Real design. If I were a streamer, I'd be wearing it on cam. I'm gonna order some of it. We also have a gambling octopus. My artist is designing a lot of cool new designs, so we can get some new stickers and new merch and stuff. Bum 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 bum. So yeah, Hermaeus Mora coming out on top. Sakar coming up soon. Sorry, just a little tight, so I'm just getting a little bit of a stretch. I think after Sakar, we're going to go ahead and play some more Elder Scrolls Online, because I played there for about 4 years on PlayStation, but I just recently, back in October, moved to PC. So I really need to get doing the quest lines around Clockwork City and Vardenfall so I can get the dailies, because for those of you who play ESO, the Tribunal Festival is coming up, and doing the dailies, one for Clockwork and one for Vardenfall each day, is how you're going to get the tickets. Also have the Dwarf Crates coming back, so I'm really excited. I may be missing one, but I feel like it's been years since we've done the Tribunal Festival in ESO, so I'm super excited to be doing that. Yeah, I've only seen a few sketches, Ezra, so I'm not quite sure what the gamble post is going to look like, but we're going to actually be able to see it here in a few days. Looking for a sale on Clockwork, Ezra? Yeah, because you already have Morrowind, right? So you just need the Clockwork DLC, right? Bum, bum. But yeah, in addition to obviously last couple of days we've been doing kind of like trying new content out. We're in our season of creativity. Don't do New Year's resolutions. Instead, every 3 to 4 months I do a new season. Instead of a specific thing, it kind of just things I do on stream and off stream kind of shapes that. So I've been trying a lot of new things, doing these podcasts, doing the lore debates. Another thing that we started doing recently is they created speedrunning categories for Elder Scrolls Online for new characters doing the main quest line. We tried it once. It took us just over 6 hours. The world record's 4 hours. So on Wednesday, I've been practicing a lot. We're going to take another shot at that speed one record. So much to do in the end game of ESO, but we're trying out even newer things with speedrunning. Yeah, I'm hoping I can score CL for Clockwork. I did the story last year with Mouse when we had plus for a month. But yeah, looking forward to properly unlocking Clockwork. Awesome. Hi, Rockin' Hard 72. Doing good. We just did a Daedric Prince showdown. Had a couple people on. Had Lotus of Doom and Avron Doodles on. Debating lore and doing a Daedric showdown. We're about to have an interview with Sakar. Oh, speaking of Sakar. There he is. Awesome. Yeah, let me go ahead and jump over to Discord so I can get into a call with you in just a moment, Sakar. Get a few things set up. Don't on Clockwork, CB. Bum, 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 bum. As long as you have Morrowind, though, you can at least be doing the you knew a lot of the stuff. So you get a lot out of the event from Vardenfall if you have Morrowind. You're not going to get one of the tickets if you don't have Clockwork, but you still can get plenty out of the event. So, all right, just getting things set up real quick for our interview here with Sakar. So I can't get it for every single person, but since you both mentioned it, when we play ESO later, CB, Ezra, I have enough crowns. I can cover you guys for Clockwork if you want it. I can go ahead and get you those DLCs. I'd rather you be able to enjoy the event than not, so. All right, we're going to go ahead and get set up now for the podcast. So, hello.
Hello.
All right, chat. I'm gonna mute my mine and Sakar's microphones for just a second while I get things set up. So while you won't hear me talking, we will be set up in just a second. All right, so go ahead and talk, Sakar, and chat. Let me know if you can hear Sakar, okay?
Hello. Thank you for the compliment on the hair, by the way. Hello. Can they hear me?
Yeah, your volume looks to be perfectly okay.
Perfect.
And I'd say I have to say this. So, welcome to the Locktopus Party. Ass for Days. Sounds like a party name if I've ever heard one. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, so we are pretty much set up here. I'm just gonna do a couple more things, chat, make sure everything is good to go. It looks like everything else should be fine. Cool. All right, so you're visible. Everybody can hear it. All right, so my headphones untangled. So I was just saying when I was muted to your chat is every day it's a new technical learning thing when it comes to streaming. You never learn quite enough. So yeah, so what we have coming up now, we just did our big Daedra tournament with Avron and Lotus. Now we will be doing an interview, our second Tavern Talks podcast with Sakar. We did one of these yesterday with KJ. I'll be editing these down and putting them up on YouTube over the next few weeks after we get a few of them in the bank. And then I'm also going to be taking the audio, so you know, chat, and uploading them to pretty much all the major podcast carriers. So you'll be able to catch the audio of this, catch the video, the highlights of this in the future for those of you who can't stick around for the whole thing or just want to catch it again in the future. All right, cool. So we are all set up and ready to go here. I'm going to abandon my stream. I'll leave it leave it to Sakar for just a moment because I just need to go ahead and I need to go grab my water really quick. So, and I need to use the restroom like real quick. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. So sorry to bring you on my stream and bail for like 2 minutes, but I'll be right back.
I'll play host. I'll play host.
Okay.
Yo, how's everybody doing today? Yeah, who do we got in chat right now? And how many ESO players do we have among you guys? Because I'm always curious to see that. Jade, how are ya? Okay, this is already the best podcast ever. Look, this is already the best podcast I've ever seen. Yo, Velvet, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I was literally waiting for my Prime to expire, which is like tomorrow. So now you just saved me a whole month. So thank you. That's super dope of you. Thank you. Did you chat about all the princes just before you? Yeah, I was lurking a little bit here and there, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that much about Elder Scrolls lore, so learning a lot of that stuff was kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it was really interesting. Velvet, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How are you? From learning the lore, yeah, that's awesome. That's always awesome. What kind of stuff do you guys do on Elder Scrolls? Do you like PvE based? Are you lore based? Do you like the PvP trials? What are your guys' go-tos? I'm personally a PvP player, so if he asks me any questions about PvE, I'm gonna look so stupid. Oh, nice. 2015 to 2017? Oh, you were in like the golden age of PvP. You were in the golden age back in my day. They had But yeah, I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking, Velvet. That's your COVID. That's probably a good time to come back. I feel like a lot of players came back for that. It was just like a I don't know. It's just a really good thing to get into, you know?
All right. Thanks for holding down chat while I was away. I'm going to go ahead and there we go.
I told him that I don't know anything about PvE, so now eggs is going to make me look stupid.
That sounds about par for the course. That sounds right. So just like our podcast yesterday, if I catch the question and we can get it asked, I will, but we might miss things in chat. The alert sounds are going to be off, so I'll definitely call out all of that afterwards. Also, thank you very much, Velvet Brunette, for gifting a sub to Sakar. So welcome to the Loctopus Kraken's Sakar. Thank you for gifting that sub, Velvet. Yeah, I'll call about everything after the podcast. I did reactivate a channel point reward. It just costs 25 channel points. So if you actually use that to ask a question when we get to the Q&A section at the end, so if you have a question that comes up throughout, just use 25 channel points. I kept it as cheap as I possibly could, and we'll get to all those questions at the end if you want to make sure it gets asked and might not remember it. So all right. Welcome everybody to the second episode of the Tavern Talks podcast, where we talk with other streamers, talk about their streaming, about in this first had a lot of Elder Scrolls streamers, so we talk a lot about the Elder Scrolls, and just anything else that happens to come up. Today we are joined by Sakar. You've all been getting to know Sakar a little bit before, but let's go ahead and just start out the same way as we did yesterday with KJ, which is Sakar, go ahead and just tell us a little bit about yourself, just kind of a brief introduction about who you are, what you're about.
I've been streaming for about like 2.5, almost 3 years now, and I basically have been only doing ESO PvP the entire time. Started off on like Xbox and hung around there for a while. I started the game, I started ESO on Xbox the day it came out. Then I played for a few years, and then eventually I wanted to switch to PC because I felt like if you want to be a streamer, you have to eventually make that move to PC. So that's what was one of the main things that made me make that leap. And now I stream full time PvP content for the Elder Scrolls Online.
Awesome.
Every day.
Very cool. I actually covered a few of our other questions, which is really great. No, it's fine. Knowing when you started. So having been a streamer for sounds like going on almost 3 years now. What would you describe as your style? Like obviously you stream ESO content, PvP exclusively, but even within like the PvP sphere, everybody kind of has a different like style way they approach it. What would you say kind of is like your style to streaming that content?
First of all, I used to be all about like super sweaty. Like if I'm not performing at the absolute best, I'm upset with myself. Like I was like legitimately angry, but now I'm just about like good vibes, and I'm still about sweaty PvP. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm in that like so small scale, like solo / 2 to 4 man groups, and just like trying to take on the world. But right now it's like if I die, it's c'est la vie at this point. So I feel like that's just the best way to go about it, in my opinion.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it would be hard to stream competitive content without being a little bit sweaty about it. Like PvE content has its own intensities, but PvP is that like you are against another player. So I think that's where competitiveness really comes out in like a really fun way.
Yeah.
We were also talking about it a little bit before coming on stream. So since you've been streaming for a long time, how would you say things have changed? Like in terms of, you mentioned going back and looking at your VODs from when you were starting versus now.
Just a lot of my attitude has shifted a lot. Me getting to know, I don't know, just how to function around my computer for streaming. Like, oh, I can drag this over here and make this shortcut easier, just stuff like that. Just as time develops, you get to hone your craft a little bit more. So at first you start off in the most clunky way possible, and somehow you're making this machine run. It doesn't make sense, but somehow you are. And then eventually, just over time, it's just you find a way to make it work as smoothly as possible. And yeah.
My dogs are trying to ask questions. Sorry about that.
Oh, what do they have to say?
Virgil? Boys. They did this yesterday too. I think they know we're doing a podcast.
I'm willing to take any questions from the dogs. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, the boys from Park. Oh. So yeah, you were mentioning like obviously learning starts as a clunky, learning how the software works, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
As far as like hardware and things go, obviously you mentioned like being a little less sweaty, taking a little bit easier when it comes to like your attitude towards PvP when you're streaming, learning like OBS and things like that. Is there like any hardware stuff that you added that really kind of you felt like added a lot to your stream or kind of like helped develop it to like where you're at now?
Well, yeah, my PC. At first, when I first started streaming, I was streaming off of the Twitch app through my Xbox, and I had a laptop on the side, and that's it. So it was the most scuffed, like 18-bit stream you'll ever see in your entire life. But somehow, I don't know, people started watching, and eventually I made the move to PC because I could afford it. And it was just, just being able to get that PC and actually like be able to get that high quality on it just made such a difference. I feel like that's just like the main thing to see my first setup with like, I didn't even have a webcam at first. So I'm not even having that. I don't know if you've ever heard of a Stream Deck, but some really nice guy sent me one, and it made all the difference too.
Yeah, it's a fun little toy.
Yeah, it was so I forgot who it was that sent me, huh? It's crazy.
Who knows?
Yeah,
I do want to talk a little bit though about streaming from the scuffed setup. Because I know I've talked to there's just a number of people I know that like getting into streaming often, a lot of times, sometimes it's just about hitting the go live button. For some people like yourself starting out, and many others, it can be a scuff setup like a console. And I know I've had people ask me, but I never streamed from a console. So what is that like? I mean, obviously PC you can get better quality and all these things, but when you were, because obviously you said people enjoyed watching you when you were doing it from just your console. So what was it like streaming from a console? Like
I didn't have the, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, continue.
I didn't have the customizable options that I have now. Like for me, it was just like, here's your screen, have fun. So a lot of it was just, are they going to like your personality? Or are they going to like your gameplay? That's basically all you have to work with when you're streaming from a console. You don't have, oh, look at this fancy overlay that you have, or, listen to this music that you also have. You don't have any of that stuff. The pre-DMCA times.
Yeah.
So it's just, it was the most bare bones version of streaming. It's like, here's your voice, here's your gameplay, go make something work.
I think that's kind of interesting in a way, though. Here you mention it like that. I never actually thought about it. Would you say that really helped you, though, kind of develop like your personality and things like that? Because I think a lot of times when people start on the PC, I know for me, when I look back at my old initial streams, I had every fancy doodad and overlay and widget to the point that like it was scuffed in a completely different way because I thought I had to have all these things. And it took me a while to actually develop like personality. But when you're just having to rely purely on your personality, do you think that helped a lot? Kind of have to develop that a little bit quicker, or?
Yeah, it helped me start off because I was kind of known in the PvP area on Xbox already at that point when I started streaming. So, I just messaged my friends. I'm like, hey, I'm going to start streaming. You mind, leaving a follow or whatever. So that's how I started. And having that where it's just, I was a much different person when I started streaming back then. I was a lot more toxic. Like I yelled a lot, and I'm sure people liked that at the time, but that's just not who I am now. So if you like look at that person compared to who I am now, different. But I would say, yeah, it helped because I feel like I was definitely a lot louder than the average streamer back then. So
awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, you already kind of touched on the next one a little bit as far as like growth, obviously, being a little less toxic, a little less loud, but what other ways do you think you've like really kind of like grown as a streamer? Obviously as like your viewerships, you've been doing it for 3 years, so I'm sure you've seen your viewership go up, go down, but also like gain more like regular people who come by more of your streams. What has that been like, seeing that growth, or how have you dealt with the times when like the numbers will like go back down, or how have you dealt with like plateaus in growth, I guess?
Well, it's kind of surreal to see the people that come back over and over again. It's just like, damn, you enjoy my content? It's like, what am I doing? I'm just out here just playing the game. Like, I'm just chilling. So to have them come back and just it's surreal. That's the best words. Like, I don't have words to be able to describe my appreciation for something like that. But back in the beginning of 2020, I was really not happy with streaming. I was not happy with ESO. So I actually took like a 6-month break from Twitch, from ESO, and I went and I streamed on a different platform just to like, get my bearings straight. I played Overwatch for like 6 months straight. So just to play something else, just to like cool down and be like, hey, is this new road gonna work? Is it not? If anything, I could just get my own perspective. So that was one of the best ways that I could say that I dealt with like that plateau, or the decline of my mental health, I guess you would say, during streaming, because I just wasn't happy with streaming at the time, so I wasn't going to force it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I deal a lot with a mental health as well, and I think that's something that a lot of people who want to be streamers or get into streaming don't understand, is how much work it is.
Yeah.
Not just work in terms of hours, but like you said, you have to put a lot of your emotion. There's a lot more like ups and downs with it. So it's really good, I think, to hear you mention how you took a break, tried a different platform, found ways to kind of like get yourself back to a centered state, because definitely something, even only streaming for 6 months like I've dealt with, is like making sure I'm taking time and figuring out ways to like not let my mental health and like deteriorate.
Honestly, it's beyond difficult to even put that into words. To be able to juggle all of that is just, it's not easy, and there's no one answer for it. It's not like, oh, just take a walk.
Yeah.
It's not going to help me. But it's not easy, and each person's going to find their own way to deal with it. And I do definitely recommend, you have to have other things besides streaming. Like, you can't just be like, I'm going to stream. Like, you got to be able to treat yourself in other ways, or you're just going to burn yourself out.
Right. I definitely agree with that. And I'm happy you're talking about ways you dealt with that. Another thing I wanted to ask about it, it's a question. So, big inspiration for me, one of the bigger streamers on the platform I look up to is Ludwig. Ludwig did a presentation recently on, how to make it as a streamer. And one of the things he mentioned doing was picking 3 to 5 people out there who are inspirations for you, not who you necessarily are going to copy, but can model yourself after or draw inspiration from. And I've watched other people say they just draw inspiration from themselves. Is there particular, like, it doesn't even have to be streamers, but certain people out there, whether they be in streaming or TV or other areas, that you drew inspiration from as you were developing as a streamer? Or is this one of those things where you're just very self-inspired?
Well, first of all, saying I'm self-inspired is going to be, and I feel like that sounds so egotistical, and I don't mean to sound it that way. I really never thought of it like that. I never thought that, this is the person I look up to. I was never that kind of person growing up. So it was always like, I like video games, so this is what I want to do as a career, and I don't mind being in front of people. So it just seems like a good option. It seems like a really good option. It's actually like the dream option.
Yeah.
So I felt like it was just the kind of thing that I knew that I wanted. So I just tried to make it work in however way I wanted to make it work.
Yeah, and I don't think it's egotistical necessarily to say you're self-inspired. My original background, when I went to college for in the first place, was theater, and there's a number of actors and people in like stage theater. Some of them are inspired by other actors, and some people just like, they see it, that's their dream job. And by self-inspired, it's not like I'm my own inspiration because I think I'm better than other people. It's I'm inspired by wanting to do. That's a better way to phrase it. It says self-inspired. I'm inspired by wanting to do this thing. This is my dream job, versus I'm inspired to want to do this dream job because these people are somebody I look up to, and I want to kind of like go that direction. So yeah, I kind of phrased that poorly. So yeah, I wasn't.
No. That's the way I took it. I'm just like,
no, not not trying to say I am better than everyone. Yeah, no, okay.
I get it. No, I get it. No, I get it. My fault.
Yeah. Another thing I like to talk about is like goals. People have a lot of different goals. These don't have to be like numerical goals or anything, but as a streamer, like what kind of goals do you have like for yourself, for your stream?
Right now the most immediate goal is to get partnered. I'm like right on that cusp. So you were talking about plateaus and stuff earlier, and I feel like I'm at just like sometimes I'm gonna have a good day, and like if I keep this up, I could apply for partner in 2 weeks, you know. Then other days it's like I'm like down to like 50 viewers, and it's like, oh, even that is still amazing. 50 people when they're in a chat, like I would never complain about that. So my most immediate goal is definitely getting partnered. But after that, I would definitely say just to keep it being a sustainable income so that I can continue to do and continue to grow it as much as possible.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And that's obviously something I'm not near, so I haven't really had to think about, but there's been like stages like going for affiliate that people go for and things like that, where it's right there. And I can see how that's, like you mentioned, probably taxing. Like it keeps up for 2 more weeks at these numbers and then they go down. So something I heard, and I can't remember who I heard say it, but I was watching some streamer basically go, it's amazing. You're a 50 viewer Andy. 50 viewers is amazing, but then you pop up and you're a 100 viewer Andy for a few weeks, then you go back down to like 60. Even though that's 10 up, it feels like what happened. Do you ever get that kind of feeling?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like earlier in the week, last weekend I was at like I think my 3 average days in a row was 102 viewers average for the entire stream, like 98, and then like 100 again. And I haven't, like, for like almost a week now, I haven't been able to, break like 80 again as an average. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not mad about that. It's still a lot of people, but to look at that and just have that partner status be like, maybe you can wait a little bit. It's just, yeah, it's a little frustrating, but I'm in there for the long run. I know that, it's just a few weeks and it's a few extra months if it is. So yeah.
Yeah. It's, having something like when it's like far enough out, it's kind of like, okay, that's what I want to do. And then when you're like within grasp, it becomes like a whole different kind of like focus point. And like, well, I'm not going for partner. I definitely had those times in my life. So I definitely understand. I think anybody can understand, like you're almost at something. It's just like right there, whether it be a promotion or status on Twitch or whatnot.
Yeah.
So before talking about other parts of ESO, because I think it kind of fits in with where you're at as far as like growth and goals and being right on the cusp of partner. You already said, the main game you play, the only game you do is you do ESO PvP. Do you think fluctuations in expansions and interest in the game really also has like an impact on your viewership? Like I've always been curious with games that are like MMOs that like kind of like rise and fall, how that kind of affects viewership.
Yeah, I would definitely say so, because I even noticed this as a trend when I said those 3 days last week where I got like a huge increase in viewership. The Saturday and Sunday was because of the drops on for Twitch, and then Monday was the first day of the no proc event. So I feel like a lot of people wanted to see what I was running. So I definitely felt like having an event like that in the game and then the drops, it definitely helps out. But then as like the week goes on, it just gets, I don't want to say stale, but it's just ESO. It's not like ESO plus or like ESO special. It's just, it is what it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. So kind of cycling back to some of the other questions there in ESO. I just wanted to go to that one first because it really just kind of tied into what we were talking about is why ESO, as far as like what brought you to like Elder Scrolls Online and streaming it. Like you said, you're already kind of established in the PvP community, but what brought you and kept you with ESO? If you've been streaming for 3 years, there's definitely probably been times other than just your break where it's like you're still doing the same game. I'm just curious what keeps you with ESO.
at the end of the day, that's the when it works. I want to put that into bold lettering. When it works, the PvP is the best PvP game I've ever seen in my entire life. When it works. There are many times when it doesn't, and it's very frustrating. But the PvP is unmatched. I've never seen another game like it. WoW doesn't compare. No other MMO compares. No shooter game compares. Nothing. To be able to have that amount of control in a fight against how many people, it's just I've never seen anything like it. So it keeps me coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely enticing to watch because in all the years I played on console, I never got into PvP. It just wasn't an interest to me. I had come from WoW and I just basically did not like the PvP there. So I just said, oh, I don't like MMO PvP without knowing it. So when I started watching your channel and watching Bizlobo, because you're the two PvP streamers I basically watch on the platform, I was like, oh, this is really exciting. So like you're the one doing it. So you say like when it works, but when I'm watching it, it's like it's explosive and it's like person versus person. It looks very exciting compared to any other PvP I've ever watched or participated in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's phenomenal. But like I said, when it works, it's just I can't even begin to get into detail how laggy the game gets during prime time and even not prime time, and it's just for my gameplay, for my game style at least, it literally becomes impossible to play. So I'm at the mercy of the game sometimes.
And hopefully with they've mentioned again improving the server, so hopefully that helps things. There's no way to really tell what that means. It was kind of a throwaway comment in the presentation. So
I'm the kind of person where it's like, fool me once, and how many times have they fooled us in the past few years? I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. So you basically do exclusively PvP. What do you think are some of the differences? Obviously I've seen you in other streams. You've experienced some of the PvE content, but when it comes to like streaming PvP, what do you think are some of like the key differences, like from what people get from like watching a PvP stream?
You mean the key differences between like my stream and other streamers, or
what I mean is like let me phrase that better. What I mean is instead of what's the difference between like PvP and PvE, what's as a viewer, so like myself, if I was going to go watch a PvP stream versus a PvE stream, what do you, for people who might not haven't watched like a PvP because they don't do PvP, what is watching a PvP stream like compared to like watching somebody doing PvE content?
I feel like a PvE game or PvE stream is very scripted. It's very, we're going to go fight this boss. We're going to run through this tunnel that we have to run through. We're going to run to the next tunnel. We're going to feed this mini boss. We're going to fight this next boss. And then that's the end of the dungeon. If you're in PvP, you're just like, where are we going to go fight? I guess that's a good place. Oh, there's 50 people there. Let's see how we do. Run. Next thing you know, the fight's going on for like an hour and a half. It's just, I feel like PvP is a lot more, and as far as all PvP streams in general go, it's a lot more fluid and not very, it's very improvisational. Sorry.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
No, yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Yeah, because for me as a viewer, like I was just clicking through ESO streamers and stuff well before I decided to stream myself, and so that's how I ended up finding your channel. And for me, I guess the best comparison I made as a viewer is like, oh, this is like watching an action movie versus like watching an adventure movie or any other sort of movie, because it's always going. Or if there is a lull, it's just because it's one of those days where there's just not fights. But if there's fights, it's just going and you're just in it, and it's just like constant action. So
oh yeah, if I have good content for the day, if I'm just like really finding good fight after good fight, there have been times where I look up, I'm like, oh wow, I've already been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't even notice. Like, I thought that I've been live for 30 minutes. So it's just the kind of thing where I can just get lost in it. And if I'm just like getting good fight after good fight, I don't want to stop. I just want to keep on going.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's good for viewers to know who might look at streams, and even if you don't do, because I never did PvP, but it was super exciting to watch. And that's kind of what I wanted to ask that question and get that out there, is because I think there's some people who watch just PvE content because they don't do PvP, not realizing even if you're not in it, you can get excited like watching a sport or anything else, watching a streamer tear through people.
Oh yeah, I don't play soccer in the slightest, but it's still my favorite sport to watch. Yeah. Like I'll get lost in that. I'll watch every game of the season, but if you want to see me play it,
it's like a different story.
I feel like that's a good comparison.
Yeah. You already brought up some of the things like, yeah, laggy days, or there not being fights, or other things that can get in the way of PvP. I'm really curious because ESO is a game I've found, even when there is toxicity, it's been much less than any other MMO I've played. But also PvP generally seems to have a bigger threshold of toxicity. Do you deal with a lot of toxicity in ESO as far as PvP goes? I mean, just be completely honest, because like in PvE, like it's few and far between, but I feel like PvP's like it's going to get sweaty as people are going to be competitive. So
I honest to God get at least per stream 10 to 15 whispers of just pure hate mail, just saying I'm cheating, what kind of cheat engine I'm using, whatever, just like absolutely just talking the most shit. And it's just, a lot of people could get tired of that and they could find it to be, just bothersome. I see it as free content,
right.
I'm like, I take it as a compliment too. If I have people in my whispers saying that, the only way I could kill them is because of cheating, and that's the only like tangible answer in their head, I think that's the highest compliment I could receive.
Yeah, and I have some of these questions, obviously watching your stream and knowing it, and as a viewer, I do think it is free content. It's also like again, I compare PvP a lot to sports in that way, because I also watch a lot of sports. It's a lot like people being like, oh, they're cheating, or they deflated the ball, or some other like excuse because of the skill. So but yeah, I during Mid-Year Mayhem saw some tweets about it and just wanted to talk about it so people knows like it is there, but it's also not, I don't feel, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, super detrimental to wanting to continue to do PvP, whereas some games that have PvP or are just PvP oriented can ruin an entire game.
Well, it also comes down to another fact, like that's one side of the toxicity. Another side of the toxicity is you're gonna have people that are gonna try and stream snipe you. Like, it's a very small game as far as like the maps go. Like, it's easy to tell where I'm at. So I do have a lot of people that try and come and stream snipe me. I don't know how to say this without like sounding like I'm full of myself, but it doesn't work for them. So as it would just be unfortunate for like other PvE streamers to be like, hey, I wanted to venture into PvE. There's bound to be some stream snipers that are going to ruin your day. Like, it's just like, it's going to happen. Like, people just want to be the center of attention sometimes. So having that toxic nature, it does ruin the vibes a little bit. But luckily I have the skill set to be able to, and I have the experience to be able to deal with things like that.
Yeah, it seems like if you're going to be a top-end PvPer and also be a streamer, you kind of have to develop that eyes in the back of the head to get used to that being a thing. Because that was actually my next question, was asking about in any competitive game, stream sniping is the thing, and you covered that pretty well. But as far as like, obviously, don't want to derail people from being interested in watching PvP or being part of PvP. What really makes PvP like special? Like, you've already said, like, it's better than any other like MMO or other game out there, but like, what really makes it like that engaging in ESO?
For me, I just love the feeling of being able to outplay multiple people at once. So just having that going on and just using I don't have a script for any fight, and neither does the other players. Say I have 5 people coming at me, I don't know how I'm going to deal with it right away. I'm just going to find a way to make it work. So having that kind of improvisation, and just, I like the customizability of it. Or is that a word? You know what I mean? Yeah. You can build however you want to play. Do you want to be a stealth guy? Go play stealth. Do you want to go brawl? Go brawl. You could literally build however you want in that game, and I think that's phenomenal. So I always build, and my friend that I always play with, we always play for and build for small scale to be like able to have nice high burst AoE damage, but also super tanky because we've got 40 people that are going to chase us because they're not going to be happy that we just killed 20 of them. So I personally love that customizability and the improvisation of it.
Yeah, and something else I've noticed about PvP in Elder Scrolls versus other games is WoW, because I played WoW from beta up through like Kata. It originally started with the best PvP was like World PvP or Alterac Valley, which would kind of be like Zero, IC and stuff. But then once arenas were around, everybody basically only did battlegrounds and arenas, and still to this day the focus of PvP and WoW for most PvP streamers is battlegrounds. And it seems like maybe I'm just not catching them. The focus on PvP in ESO went the other way, where it's a lot more focused on Cyrodiil and Imperial City versus the battlegrounds. Like people definitely jam out on battlegrounds, but why do you think it is that like the big focus on PvP, at least when it comes to Twitch streamers, seems to be on Zero and IC versus like the battlegrounds?
I personally find battlegrounds boring. I don't like being told, here, you're on this team versus this team. You got to get to this. I don't like being told that. That's why I don't go play shooters or any other games anymore. I don't play Call of Duty because I don't want to be told, this is when the match is going to end. So being able to just go in and do whatever you want for however long you want, I feel like is one of the main things that a lot of the PvP streamers like. Obviously, there are streamers that enjoy battlegrounds and can play battlegrounds all day, every day. That's not me. But I feel like that's one of the main reasons why I like Cyrodiil and I love IC. Bring back more IC events, please.
Yeah, I my only exposure to PvP on PlayStation was I did some battlegrounds here and there, and I kind of based my PvP on that. And I was like, well, it has 3 teams, so it has different push and pull mechanics, but at the end of the day, this is kind of like doing arenas back in WoW. It's okay, kind of like you're saying. And I made an improper assumption that like, well, World PvP is probably not much better, so I never really tried Zero and IC until Midyear Mayhem. Basically, on your prompting to try PvP, yeah. And yeah, I have to agree, it's super fun. Even as somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, doesn't have the gear or the proper abilities, I still actually found myself having a ton of fun running around Cyrodiil and dying and going, okay, I need to actually build a character properly to do this. But this, I can see why that's a lot of fun. And like, compare again, like WoW just never developed in that way. It seems like ESO's, at least when it's working, really developed those areas.
Yeah, I mean, I always loved that. Like the first time I went to Cyrodiil was I started this game the day it came out for console. The day it came out. So I PvE'd for a little bit at the beginning of the game. Like I think I got to like level 30 or something just by like questing and doing whatever. And then my friend brought me into PvP. We had no idea what we were doing. We started off on red and we didn't know that there were transitus shrines. So we just ran from the gate down to like Alessia. Like it took us 10 years to get there. We had no idea what we were doing, but we loved it. It was great. So I really just, from the beginning, even though I was terrible, I was awful at the beginning of the game, I did enjoy it. So just getting back into it and continue to play, I learned little things here and there. And now I have like 5-6 years of PvP experience. So it's just, yeah.
Yeah. And the main reason I brought that up is I think there's a lot of people like me who are like, oh, I don't want to necessarily try PvP because I'm going to be terrible. But ESO's pretty, I mean, you die just a ton, but it's pretty forgiving in terms of being able to just jump right back in over and over again.
Yeah. What do you lose for dying in PvP? Your ego, maybe. That's about it. It's not that big of a deal if you die in the game in PvP. Just spawn right back up, go back at it again. Worst comes to worst, you die again. Hopefully you learn something in that little bit of time. Be like, oh, wait, I didn't keep my health buff up. Got to keep that up a little bit more. Oh, I didn't keep my armor buff up. I got to be better at keeping that up. You're going to learn something every time. If you want to get better, you just go out there. You're going to get rolled a lot. I got rolled so many. I don't even want to begin to tell you how bad I was at the beginning, but I kept on going back out there, and yeah, here I am today.
Yeah. Also, unrelated to the questions, but one of the things I loved bringing up during Mid-Year Mayhem is you tweeted a tweet that had Thanos uppercutting Iron Man, and it was like experienced PvPers. Then Iron Man is like PvEers going into Zero for the first time, and I'm just like, it's me. I'm Iron Man. It's still a lot of fun, but it's it's completely unrelated to what we're talking about. It was like probably my favorite Twitter tweet I saw during the entire event. I'm like, this is the most accurate little meme I've ever seen.
Look, it's just the kind of thing where
it's a tongue-in-cheek thing, and it's
exactly. I'm allowed to after being on the other end of that for so long. You know what? It was fun.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if you have 20 people who don't know what they're doing and don't even know who you are, all charging you at once, and they've never done it before. So.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like, this is my time to shine.
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
Another little aside from the PvP event and just things I thought were fun coming out of it is during the PvP event and since another wonderful streamer that we love, Ella Plays TV. You got Ella into PvPing, so would you consider that a pretty big accomplishment?
Look, I need to play with her more. I need to teach her the ropes, and eventually she's going to be Thanos next Mid-Year Mayhem. And I just want to see that happen. I want to see her on her stream just like absolutely just being as toxic as possible, everybody. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to teach her. I'm trying to like teach her every single way to do that.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool seeing somebody that, because I watch obviously both of you, but seeing somebody who's very strong, very great, very grounded in PvE content, and then you get them doing PvP, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I have been doing a lot of like PvE stuff off stream. Like I just got my last trial skin like last week, earlier in the week. So you know, I dabble in PvE as well. It's just not on stream.
Well, so. It doesn't matter if you PvP or you PvE or you just do casual content. At the end of the day, the end game of ESO is always going to come back to fashion.
Oh yeah, that's true endgame. Yeah,
that's true endgame. Like it's not enough to be able to kill everybody that comes for you and be emperor if you don't look like fly while you're killing everybody.
If you don't look good while you're doing all this, what's the point? Yeah. Like exactly. I just bought my first motif ever from the Crown store. So I'm a real PvEer now.
Real Like I said, that's when people are like fashion. I'm like, fashion's the end game because like everything gives you some form of like title or fashion or pet or like, oh, I need to go into Cyrodiil and get 40 of these things. So I want this lion pet. I could buy it for 1 million gold, but I guess if I just get into PvP, I can get this pet. So everything in ESO comes back to fashion, I feel. But
there's one thing, the Arena Gladiator costume, my favorite costume in the game. You have to do 50 dailies for Cyrodiil. You can either go buy it for 2 million on the traders, or you can go play 50 days of Cyrodiil. And I tell you what, I sell those every 50 days, and I get some, you know.
I was actually about to ask, because like obviously there's ways to make money no matter what you do, and you just answered my question as far as how PvPers make the millions.
Oh, for me, I can't give away all my secrets.
No, yeah.
But there are some things that you can buy with AP that they go for a pretty penny. So being able to go through mid-year, make like 20 to 30 million AP just in like a week and a half, than just like my regular gameplay every day. It's a nice sustainable gold income that I've come up with.
Yeah. I only brought up your fortune because the like third time I went to your stream, I won like 1 million, and then my partner Juicebox Hero followed you like a week later and won like 1 million. So
I mean, I did 1 million gold giveaway today as well. It's just I just like to be able to reward the my community every now and then. It's just, you know, look, I want to say this in the most non-toxic way possible, but this is the way it came off of my stream. We're talking about gold today, and somebody's like, I have 15K to my name, and somebody's like, I've got like 75K. I'm just like, damn, y'all are bumming me out. You want to do a 1 million gold giveaway? So I'm just like, I'm in a position that I could just give it away now to people in the chat, and if if it helps them out in the long run, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a really great way to like involve your community. I'm gonna get to more into community in just a second, but I noticed a message in the chat. Usually I don't grab them during the podcast, but Magnus says Sakar made Ella become a bomber. Sad face.
I'm so proud of her. Oh, just to see Ella be able to just bomb people and just like seeing that reaction, just like, oh, it made me so happy. It made me so happy.
Yeah, that it's pretty awesome, especially since Ella's like one of the most like
wholesome
ESO like sitcom mom vibes. That's I think why people love. That's why I love to watch Ella. She's just so wholesome and nice, and you just feel like warm and fuzzy watching her stream. And then watching her just blow people up now.
Oh, it's great. It's absolutely great. Just I don't know. You just feel just welcomed in her stream, and I love that. So just seeing that just like transition, it's just like, yes, I've corrupted her. Yes.
Yeah, so kind of circling back to community. So obviously one of the things I always say is like, obviously, if you don't like my stream or you don't like so-and-so's like ESO stream, ESO streamers have a lot of variety to them, different communities, different, like there's a lot of flavors of tea if so-and-so's not your cup of tea. So like, how have you really kind of fostered your community? Because all of us foster our communities in different ways to kind of grow them in the way we want them, the community we want.
There are a lot of people that straight up don't like the way I play the game, and I'm fine with that. I'm like, it's just, I feel like the best way to be able to make your own community and be able to, nurture that is to just be yourself. Because if you're just yourself every day on stream, you're not going to change. So you're going to attract the people that like that. And if some people don't like that, okay, it's not for you. I'm not gonna beg everybody to stay. It's just that's how life is. You're not gonna like every single person that you come across, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So the people that do like me for who I am and the stream for what it is, they stick around, and I'm infinitely times appreciative of it.
Yeah, and I think that's that's a really admirable quality. That's something I really like about how you approach streaming in that way. Is a lot of people try to be a lot of different things, and I think, like you said, if they don't like how you stream, they don't like how you play, then there's somebody out there who plays in a way that they want to see. But being able to stay true to yourself, so you don't have to try to be somebody you're not or maintain a facade, is like a really good way, like for a career and the thing you're doing that is already superly mentally and emotionally taxing, to not also have to like be something you're not, I think is a great approach to things.
Oh yeah, it's the best way to keep it as a sustainable and long-term goal, because eventually, like you said, the facade is going to crack and people would see you for who you are if you're trying to fake it, and that's just how it is.
Definitely agree. So another question I like to just ask when we're talking about Elder Scrolls Online, because a lot of people use it in a lot of different ways. Obviously there's the hashtag everybody likes to use, hashtag ESOFam. What does that kind of mean to you? Like, whether it's something you're just like, whatever, or you view it as a certain way. I'm just curious, because I've talked to a lot of people, and honestly, I asked the question now with the podcast, because I've gotten so many different answers as to what that means to different people, because it's a hashtag like everyone uses, but they kind of, different people mean different things.
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know what it means to me. I don't. It's really been hard for me to be a part of like teams and like just groups in general. So having like, oh, ESO fam, everybody's got my back. That's just, it doesn't sit right with me. Like I get why people enjoy that, but that's never been the way that I felt like I've always been welcomed into situations, especially as like a slightly more toxic streamer. So ESO fam, I get it. I get why some people have that. I don't feel like I have that. I feel like the community that I built is not really, I don't want to say the community I built, the community that's kind of like come around me, as far as like my stream and stuff go, that's my group. Like that's my community. those are the ones that I'm loyal to.
And yeah, I'm really happy to hear an answer like that. Not just because like it's different or maybe a little controversial, but because I think it is important, because I think some people see ESO fam and think, oh, this is the way to I have to be part of the ESO community. Like, and that's why I also ask people what it means to them, because I think it means different things to different people. And some people really are like, ESO fam's not really like you. It's not what you're about as much as what you're about is your community, the people that have come to you. Yeah. And I think that's just as valid. And I think it's important for people to hear it, so they're not just seeing a hashtag and going, oh, if I want to not even stream, but if I just want to be part of ESO, I have to be like a certain way. Because just like there's so many different streamers who play different ways, you can approach the game however you want to approach it as a viewer, a player, whatever. I feel
exactly. I it's just the kind of thing where I've always had to like make the things around me happen. So having this people go out of the way for me, that never really happened at first. It only started happening once, like, oh wow, this streamer is starting to get like, you know, a few extra views on his thing. Better, you know, do something for him so he remembers me in the long run. So it's the kind of thing where I've just noticed it over time, and it's just like, I'm just here looking out for my community and I'll help them out. One of the things that I've done lately a lot is I have a lot of Xbox transfers coming over to PC, and I try to help them out as much as I can, like gear, awesome, whatever. But I'm not going out of my way to help like random Joe Schmo. Like, I know that sounds mean, but a lot of people didn't do that for me. So
yeah, I don't actually, at least personally, my take on it, I don't think it sounds mean. I do a lot of giveaways. That's my nature as a person. To people, same thing, people like either like I admire or I want to help out, do a lot of giveaways in my community, but I'm not one of those people, like, not the same as you, but kind of similar, where like I don't have a stream title that says giveaway at this or giveaways at that, because I do give a lot of stuff away, but I like to give it to people like you. If I'm helping out people, it's people who are part of the community, and like people that we've all bonded and stuff together. Or like you mentioned earlier, like I sent you a stream deck that wasn't with like any expectations or anything like that.
That way at all. Look, I didn't. Okay.
Oh no, I didn't think you meant it like that at all. But that's what I mean. It's like I'm not going around to every single. I'm like, all right, if an ESO streamer has this many people, I had just genuinely been watching your content. I am as much as I talk on stream, I am a notorious lurker. If you look at my follow age versus when I actually started talking in your chat, it's a considerable amount of time. But no, I do know what you mean about like wanting to give back. You're helping Xbox transfers. You have people talking in your chat who are part of your community, mention how much little gold they're having. So like, okay, let's get one of you 1 million gold, things like that, where it's not about helping every single person, because you can't help every single person, but about building your community the best you can.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, eventually I want to say this. I want to be able to say, you know, everybody in my community will be able to have like at least enough gold to, you know, make their own like builds for PvP or make their own whatever. So if I could just give away a little bit at a time, hopefully enough people get it. Obviously, there's going to be people that slip through the cracks. I'm sorry. Like, I would like to help as many people as possible, and I'm not that I'm in a position to do that as far as like my gold income and stuff. But I'm just trying to help the people that I can in my community.
Yeah, and that actually segues really well into kind of the next topic. Is like, so streaming is a parasocial relationship, which is basically like, you put out like X amount of information about yourself. You are true to who you are, but people are not seeing, like, you're not going to give every single aspect of your life out on stream, and you do have to create boundaries and things like that. How has that kind of impacted you, like being a streamer and having to kind of like set boundaries and build relationships with the community, but not necessarily the same way you would with like people you met in like real life or things like that? Not real life's the wrong term, but, you know, versus people like you're like meeting at a party or something, like people that are coming to your stream all the time. They're definitely part of your community, but as you're getting bigger, obviously there's people that you're not going to be able to like connect with on a super deep level, but still being able to, how do you still connect with people, I guess is the question.
First of all, bold of you to assume that I go to parties. I play video games for a living. No, I'm kidding. I kind of feel like you just got to realize that you can't connect with everybody. You're not going to have things in common all the time. So trying to force those friendships and bonds, like, I feel like it's not natural. So I'm going to try to look, if anybody comes into my chat and if anybody DMs me, I try to get back to them as fast as I can. Sometimes I just forget. Sometimes, I'm getting, I'm really busy that day or that week or whatever, and it's just bad timing, and that's what it is. But I try to at least talk to every single person that I can, and if not, then I'm sorry. I'll it's just I'm so bad with responding to people, I feel like. So I feel like a lot of people take that to heart, and yeah, it's just, I don't know where I'm going with this right now.
No, it's fine. I do the same thing with like trains of thought. They sometimes derail a little bit, but I do feel like I get basically where it goes. Like it's hard because when people only can only interact with you on stream or maybe on Discord and things like that, it seems like you're always accessible. But the truth is, like, there is a ton of things outside of just streaming itself. Even for somebody like yourself who like is a full-time streamer, there's still so much of your life that's not that. You can't be always accessible or always be able to get back to everybody.
Yeah,
you try your best, obviously, but it's hard because on one end, like, it can feel like, oh, it's something I can always reach out to because we're on a Discord, but at the same time, it's also sometimes like I have so much going on, I can't necessarily get back to you.
Yeah, between a lot of just like real life issues that I've been dealing with in like the past few weeks, or just in general, just me wanting to have a break from, like, having my own personal time from streaming. Sometimes I kind of just shut it off and just don't look at Discord, so I'm not accessible. Like, I just put my phone down. So it's just it's hard to get in contact with me sometimes, especially off stream, because I just like, that is my time on, and if I am on the clock 24/7, I'm gonna get burnt out. So I hope that people understand that, and a lot of people do. A lot of people have got, like, a few people have kind of gotten upset with me because of that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is really important. Like you said, most people I think do get that. It's really important to have boundaries for the reasons you said, because if you're on 24/7, you're going to get burnt out. It's going to become too much, and then you're not going to be able to create content on the same like level that was building you the community in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. I completely agree.
Call it a comment in chat. Dog Bark said, kind of going back to talk about like gearing people up and not being able to get to everybody. He mentioned my Xbox transfer to PC was rough, while my friend's transfer was great in comparison. Stopped playing on PC for a few weeks and just logged in to get research done so I could craft myself some training gear and such. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta kind of put in the work and get yourself situated.
It was hard at first because I transferred from Xbox with two other friends. The one person that you see me play with every day, Hulk, and another friend that he stops by every so often. So we kind of were just like, I don't know, we built a lot of things on our own. Like, we did it on our own. So I felt like, damn, if somebody got me some training gear right now, this would be a lot easier. So I kind of wanted to be able to pay that back now that, I'm like, damn, look at how good PC is. Like, this is amazing. I'm streaming this kind of content. Like, guys, come over. Like, my one friend just came over earlier in the week, and I made him training gear. He needed to get a new monster, a set from a dungeon. I'm like, yo, let's do it. Off stream, ran off stream with him for like 2 hours to try and get all the set pieces he needed. I want to help the people that got that transfer ahead of them, because it's not easy. It's not easy to just be a stranger in, like, it's a familiar area, but it's also completely different.
Yeah, as a different console, because I came from PlayStation and Xbox, but as someone who also made that transition back in October, after I also started back in the bad days of ESO, before one Tamriel and the world of pre-CP, back when you got vet ranks.
My vet 16.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. So, but that also meant I built up like a ton of achievements and motifs and decorated my house, all these things. So yeah, making the switch is hard because there's no paid transfer. So it is like literally just like selling everything you own, taking a little rucksack and just going out on the road and like starting from nothing. So I get that. I've also walked that path recently. So
yeah, you gotta leave everything behind, and all you got is the skill set that's in your brain.
yeah, nothing wrong with those years, and console was perfectly fun, but then coming to PC was like add-ons, man, add-ons.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just I would never go back now. I had fun. My console days, I had a great time. I met a lot of fun people, a lot of people that I still talk to this day. But would I go back? No. Would I urge them to come here? Yes. But I don't regret it in any way. No.
I was the last of my group to leave the console, so I don't have anybody left behind. I was the one who people were like, okay, you finally
They're like, jump, come on, make the leap.
Yeah, I think the only thing that put me back on console personally is I'm gonna plug it in one of these days so I can be like, I promise you, I owned a bunch of houses, I've decorated them. I'll show you my end game decorating because I'm a long way from having all these things. But other than just showing off what I had, once I'm in the move, it's been night and day.
I mean, I completely understand. I left behind 3 separate 5 stars. How many trial skins, so many golded out sets, how much gold. It's just a lot of progress, and I just made that leap, and I feel like I'm farther along on PC right now than I was ever on Xbox. So eventually you're just going to make it all back, and yeah.
At least there is the bonus coming from console to PC is that you do still have the knowledge, even if some things are different. At least the trial and error phases of like how you do certain things or how you gain certain things is still there. So it's a little bit easier to get back on track at least.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, you came over with the knowledge in your brain. Like, and I feel like that is so powerful to have. I would rather have that than like, all the stuff but no knowledge. So you could build all that back up. It's like you can get it all back. All of it is just items, just miscellaneous whatever. Like, cool, I do miss it at the end of the day, but I can get it back because I know how to get it back now. Because I don't need to learn. I don't need to have that learning phase again, like you said.
Yeah. Awesome. So before moving on, just call a few things in chat. Dog barks like, oh, the load screen is what sold it. Yeah, switching from console to PC. Yeah, I will never miss my. Is it stuck or is it just loading days? Yeah, no. And Egg said, I enjoyed the danger of going into a higher level area, wondering if I was going to die. I do understand with one Tamriel, like everything's leveled, so you no longer have that. Am I going to die? But I think both PvP and then especially like PvE, at least there's enough like veteran trials and dungeons on the PvE side that you can still get the danger. And obviously PvP always has the danger. So
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it was back in the day when Craiglorn was scary. Yeah, I kind of missed it a little bit, but I also don't miss a lot of the. I don't miss vet ranks.
I remember my first day on ESO. I spawned in on EP because I'm like, ooh, Skyrim, yay! And we spawned in at Stonefalls, and we made a long run to get to the Rift just to check it out. And things were one-shotting us along the way. So trust me, I understand when you're like, yeah, I enjoyed the danger of going into high-level areas. I was going into it was like a level 34 area or something like that in the Rift when like I was a level 3. And back then that was like the biggest difference in the world. So yeah, I get that. It was scary, but I got to go experience Skyrim.
So a couple more ESO things before we move on to a few other topics. Curious, as somebody who streams exclusively ESO, a lot of people have different thoughts about the new champion point system and what Blackwood holds in store as a PvP. Are there things you are looking forward to? What do you think about some of the changes it looks like they're kind of working on?
I honestly haven't looked into the CP system at all. I like to just, I don't really enjoy going onto the PTS or anything to say, oh, this is what I'm going to have to get ready with. I'll figure it out when it gets here. Like a true PvPer. I don't know. I'll see when it happens. I'm very lazy with that kind of stuff. What else was coming with Blackwood? I forgot.
I mean, I think the biggest things when it comes to PvP, because a lot of things are coming out like new zones and companions and things like that I don't think are going to apply to PvP.
Yeah.
I think the biggest changes to PvP are coming before that, which is the change to the champion point system and the fact that they're testing no proc right now.
Oh, I can go on a rant about this no proc thing, but I honestly haven't looked into the champion point system at all, so I can't give an educated response on that in the slightest. I haven't looked into the ins and outs of it, so anything I say would be purely just nonsensical.
That's fair. I'm actually the same way. I'll occasionally like look at like readouts, but I'll read like maybe a paragraph and get like a synopsis of like, oh, this is kind of what it's going to be like. I'm like, oh, okay, so it goes to 3600. There's 3 different trees, but as far as like the ins and outs and how you're going to want to build, I'm like, I'll figure that out later. So even as a PvEer, I'm just like, I just want to know the gist of what's coming. But yeah, I don't know if it's coming from console and never having PTS until recently or just what it is. But I'm just like never had an interest to check it out even since I've been on PC, to be honest.
I saw the patch notes when they first came out. I'm like, okay, what sets are they nerfing? Okay, cool. That's like a lot. That looks like a lot of reading for that champion point stuff. I'll get back to that, and I never got back to it.
Yeah, that's I was like, okay, I like the concept when it's in front of me. Like, we'll get down to it. I'm not going to do it on PTS. Do the same thing, obviously, with I'm still grinding out my armor sets because I get so lost in the weeds with like achievement point hunting. But even not as a PvEer, it's like, all right, what sets are changing? What sets do I have to like rotate out? And then as soon as I like check the changes armor, I'm like, okay, well, I have to go grind these sets and pull these sets out of the bank, and this set I need to take off. But otherwise, yeah. So
yeah.
Just taking a look at chat before I move on. Eggs on Legs. So apparently, chat wants us to get to it. So Eggs on Legs asks, what is PvP like without the procs? Is server performance better?
It is, honestly, I think it's at an all-time low right now. I streamed for 2.5 hours today before just calling it because I couldn't use any types of skills. The damage has been lowered and the healing has been increased because they removed the they removed the cap on cross healing, which you can only heal to people in your groups. So now you can heal to everybody instead of that. So by lowering the damage and increasing the healing, and it's just so bad right now. I can't use skills half the time. It's performance. Wow. Performance is literally at an all-time low in my opinion.
Yeah, someone in chat, Striker guy, said without procs hasn't seen any improvement.
None. It makes 0 difference currently.
Gotcha. Striker also said, I find no CP to be better performance than CP. CP actually crashes.
I just don't think that from what I've seen, I prefer no CP PvP. I think there's more of a skill base there, but I just don't think the no CP campaigns get as much population as the CP campaigns. So something like Greyhost is going to have most likely pop locked bars after 3 p.m. Eastern time any day of the week almost. So having to deal with that as your entire as for the rest of the day, I don't think it comes down to whether it's CP or no CP. If no CP had the exact same population, I feel like it would lag just as bad. I think it's a matter. My personal hypothesis is that I think it comes down to server population for that.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, so kind of taking a little jaunt away from so you cover some of these kind of at the beginning of the interview, but I just wanted to kind of get a little deeper into it. So you already mentioned that when it comes to streaming, you only do Elder Scrolls Online, and when it comes to streaming, you really just focus on the PvP. And I know some people say like you shouldn't pigeonhole yourself or things like that, but obviously you've experienced ups and downs and growth. Do you feel like you're pigeonholing yourself by only doing one game, or actually kind of like increasing like your content as a content creator by focusing on one game? Not that there's a right or wrong way to stream. I'm just curious your take on that concept.
Considering I haven't really tried to go into other aspects, I can't really say. Like when I switched platforms, obviously there was like a difference in like my streams, because I was streaming to like 5 people later when I was switching platforms. But for the most part, I don't know, because I've just been doing this. I feel like in a way I'm also honing my craft so that I'm getting more people to see like, oh, hey, he's a PvP streamer. I'm going to go watch this PvPer, because that's what excites me. I'm going to be lively. I'm going to be I'm going to try to be as entertaining as possible. If you see me in PvE, I'm sorry, I'm basically like this half the time, just like droning out, just like, when can I be done with this? And that's not entertaining content. So I'd rather have something where I can actually give my energy back. And that's where I can do PvP. If I tried to even go into other types of content, I feel like I wouldn't be able to give it my 100%, and I wouldn't want to do that.
Awesome. Yeah. It's just something I want to bring up, because some of these things are for people who have started out streaming or are interested in streaming, because there's a lot of like conflicting information out there. And I think the thing that you really hit there is it's what you're passionate about. If you're somebody who likes to do a lot of different things in a game or a lot of different games, then stream different games. If you're somebody who really likes one thing and that's the content you like to produce and that's like what you want to do, that's viable too. Because at all sizes of streamer, you see streamers at the biggest sizes down to like the small sizes who just do one thing, and you see some who do variety. So that's why I wanted to ask somebody who is dedicated to one thing, because I think it's important for people to hear like, yeah, if that's what you're passionate about, it's okay to just do that thing. It's not being pigeonholed if it's what you want to do. It's being pigeonholed if you're forced to do it.
Yeah, do what you enjoy. And at the end of the day, I do not enjoy PvE. I'm not trying to take that away from people who do. It's just personally I don't. So I can't give that back to the community, and I'd rather PvP.
Yeah, that is what's really also really good about a game like ESO that has so many things to do, because you can love lore, and you can get into lore and the storylines. You can get into PvE and trials or fashion or achievement hunting or PvP, or you can be somebody like me who just like bounces between all of them, or someone like you who only does PvP. And I think that's, the game has a lot more to offer. I don't want to like shit on other games. I have some friends who stream WoW, and I like watching WoW streams because I know what they're about. But at the same time, like those games, I feel like there's like 2 things to do in WoW versus ESO that gives us a lot of different things to do to find what we're passionate about in the game.
I honestly couldn't agree more. That's what I like about ESO. What in what world would I have any right to go into be like, hey Ella, how are you? How's your stream going? Like, there's no reason for me to be over there as a PvP streamer. I don't like. I'm just over there to just say hi, hang out with the community. It's just you have so many people that enjoy different aspects of the game, and I really like the versatility of that for ESO.
Yeah. I just saw it in chat right now. Striker God's like, I in PvP 95% of the time. Right afterwards, Brendan in PvP 2% of the time. And that's what's great. You have 2 people here watching the stream right now. One all the time, one never at all. And that's, I think, a great like sign of the game.
Well, I'd like to say that those are rookie numbers. You got to get that 95% up a little bit. Just 95. Come on, man. That's it.
You did mention like taking some time away, or things like you do PV, like if you've done PV, you do it off stream. I'm just curious, do you have games that are just for you? Like, do you only basically do your gaming on stream with a little bit off stream when it comes to having to grind out non-PvP stuff? Or is there like games you like, you don't even have to list what they are, like, do you take time to like play games that you're never going to stream them or anything, but you still like to like take that time and just like game without the expectations of stream?
Yeah, I feel like every other game I play, I'm watching that pain in the axe.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. No, but there are definitely a lot of games that I enjoy off stream. I definitely have been enjoying Among Us a lot lately, but I'm not gonna stream that. I feel like there are a lot of games that are just, as far as my personality goes, I can't stream. Like I caught one point yesterday, you were talking about how you enjoy Cyberpunk. Same. I can't stream that. Like, what would I do? I'm at one point I'm over here like, oh, I'm gonna do this. Oh wait, I can look good in this outfit. This looks awesome. And then I just get so distracted. So having to deal with that, I can't play games like that on stream. It's just it doesn't fit for my personality, because I would just get so distracted, and next thing I know, I'm like 10 years deep and like, oh, I wonder if this jacket would look good with these pants. And I don't know. I can't do that.
That's completely fair. Yeah, I couldn't stream. I just get in the game and I'm just like, wouldn't be able to like communicate with chat or be any form of entertaining. Take a second here for away from the interview. Thank you so much, Pain in the Axe, for rating in with 93 people. Shouting out Sakar, who we are interviewing today about ESO and streaming and things. Good to see everybody who just came in. Kashmir, Pain in the Axe, Damos Thea, Vaquinex, The Trumpet, Hi Megat, German 71, Striker God, everybody else there. Thank you so much for rating in. Yeah. Usually do ESO content, but what we're doing, Hello Miss Domeshot, is just kind of talking about ESO, talking about streaming with I think based on all the at Sakar with Sakar. So yeah, thanks for that rating. Hope you had a really great stream.
Speaking of PvP streamers.
Yeah, speaking of PvP streamers. Awesome. So thank you everybody for coming in. For those of you who were here before for the big raid, if you haven't checked out Pain in the Axe, we've been talking about PvP on here and talking about checking out PvP streamers, even if you're not a PvP player, because it's like kind of watching like sports and you can really get into it. Pain in the Axe is another amazing PvP streamer you should check out. So just kind of jumping back to where we're kind of at in the interview. Sorry, lost my there it is. All right.
Yeah, I derailed my pain.
No, it's fine. Okay. It's okay. But yeah, games like Cyberpunk and things like that. So
yeah, games
that are for you, but not necessarily for like for streaming. Before kind of getting back into like ESO, another thing I want to touch on is like a lot of content creators, they just create content on Twitch, but obviously there's a lot of discoverability from other platforms. I know that you have been making YouTube videos and do YouTube. What has it been like making YouTube videos and like having that be like a secondary focus?
It kind of just feels like just a little bit of extra. I don't know, like, oh, I can also do this to maybe get my content out there as well, because I don't focus on it as much as I probably should, because I feel like I can get a lot more exposure that way and a lot more people to be like, oh, hey, this guy's actually halfway decent at PvP. I should go check him out. I rarely post build videos. I need to be better at posting montages. I have a bad time with like posting content on YouTube in general, because I don't know what to do with that. It's just like, hey guys, I stream, look at me. So having videos like that is just, I'm still finding my way with that. I'm just kind of making it up as I'm going along. So I'm still learning in that, but I feel like I'm learning a few things.
Yeah. I feel like everything is always like, when it comes to streaming or other content creation, is learning. So like right now, like you said, you do montages, been branching out, doing some build videos. Do you have like any specific plans, or is just kind of like right now just kind of sticking with those things and seeing what comes? Do you have like ideas for like plans for types of videos you might want to make in the future?
I am not a guy with a plan at all. I make things up basically day by day, and somehow I've gotten to this point. I straight up don't know. I don't have any plans for that kind of stuff. I'm not going to be like, one day I'll make a video on the. I just don't know. I just don't know. I'm bad at that.
No, that's perfectly fine. I figured that's kind of answer from the other questions we had asked, and again, I think that's a really great thing for people to hear, because I think there's so much like pressure to like have a specific plan for exactly what you're gonna do, what you're gonna create, and things like that. So, and then you already mentioned earlier, like you're a full-time streamer. A lot of people think that streaming is just you push the play button, you go live, then you're done. But when you are streaming, even when you're not streaming, there's a lot of extra like emotional work or just thought process that goes into it. Can you describe kind of like what it's like being a streamer, not just when you're hitting live and being live, but just like what it's like being kind of like your full-time job?
You just have to be mentally aware basically the entire time you're streaming. So whether it's like a 2-hour stream or like an 8-hour stream, you have to be just like on like the ball that entire time. And it's just to be that aware for that long. I don't think people realize it's kind of stressful, because how many times you just sit down a day when you're not streaming, you're just like, I'm just going to sit here and just like relax, scroll through like Twitter or something and just like, hang out. I don't really do that at all on stream. When I'm on stream, it's like, we're finding something to do. We're talking to chat. We're doing something. Maybe I'll take like a 4-minute bathroom break here and there or whatever, but that's literally about it. When I'm going for like 6 hours straight, like we're communicating the entire time. And as someone who has been bad at communicating in the past, it's kind of stressful, and I won't say stressful. I would say it's kind of taxing after a while. So when I hit that stop streaming button, it's just like, not that I didn't enjoy streaming. It's just like, all right, I can relax now. I can just like, sit down, just lean back and just say, all right, good day. And then work on some stuff off stream and just relax.
Yeah, it's a lot more taxing than I think people realize, because like you said, you have to play the game in a way that's entertaining. It's PvP and fights are on. Make sure you're like in it, but also communicate with chat. Also like,
and also
make sure your tech's working.
Yeah. Oh my God. I've had problems with that lately. And it's just like, even if you're going through stuff in real life, you got to try and like tune that out a little bit for, just to be able to give out like the content that you want to. So like, for instance, not yesterday, but the day before, 5 minutes into stream, I had somebody come in and follow me, and I turn, I'm like, oh, hey, thanks for the follow. And I look down and the guy just says, hey, aren't you the guy whose dog died?
Jesus.
Yeah. So having to deal with that 5 minutes into stream, it's like, where do I bring that mentally to myself? Do I let this ruin me? Do I let this be like, damn, like, because like this has been something that's been like really hard on me for the past few weeks? Or do I be like, all right, dude, later? So it's just like, it's just not easy sometimes, just having to deal with that like over and over and over again. But you just find a way to make it work, and it's taxing sometimes.
Right, especially like something like that. Normally, like you'd be able to take time. People wouldn't necessarily be asking about something like that, but you still need to be able to stream despite that, and deal with those questions. So that's extra taxing in a way that if normally something like that happened and you were like working a job that wasn't streaming, you were like, I don't want to talk about it, and that would be it. But with stream, you never know, people are just going to pop in, have seen a tweet or something like that.
Oh, and to make it clear, it was definitely in a cynical way too. It was not to be like, oh wow, like
not against it.
Yeah, it was definitely meant to be like, I'm gonna see if I can get to this guy. And I just banned him, went on with my day.
Yeah, sometimes what you just got to do is just time out or ban people, keep your community and keep your mental health fresh. Before I get to the next section, speaking of callouts, thank you so much for following Cameron1789, Pain in the Axe, Pain Buys, Gold ESO, And Fakeonex, thank you so much for following the channel. I just read the name off my thing without thinking. Thanks for the raid. I was just reading it. I was like, I read it, and then like it settled into my brain as you started laughing. Yeah. I see that is a troll account. I didn't even catch it when I was just like, make sure I call these names out. Oh no.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yo, get roll pain.
After the
I was mid sip of water too. Oh my god.
All right. So yeah. Payne also mentioned earlier that video creation harder than streaming. I agree with that. Would you also agree with
Yeah.
Because streaming you can be in the moment. I feel like even if you're like off a little bit or make a mistake, it's one thing. There's so much more stream, but in a video, like if it's like in there, it's just like always in there.
Yeah. It's just I can delete my VOD whenever I want. And it's just there's no I feel like it's hard to get context for videos too, but like if you're streaming, you're just talking to somebody, you're just like, you don't have the context of a YouTube video, if that makes sense too.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Pain in the Axe mentioned I can't record myself for shit vocally. I don't feel I'm necessarily bad at recording myself vocally, but I think everybody hates their own voice. So then when I'm editing my video, I just hear myself talking. I'm like, is this what I sound to people for 6 hours a day? Holy.
Yeah. First time I recorded a build video, I'm like, hey guys, damn it. Hey guys, damn it. Hey, damn it. I'm just like, for like a half hour straight, I'm just trying to record this and I just can't do it. I could talk to stream for like 6 hours straight, but like to be like, hey guys, it's a car with another build video. Like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to do that. I hate it.
Hey guys,
I hate Pain so much. Ugh. All right.
Yeah, so obviously haven't really taken a look at the CP system like you mentioned. It hasn't been much great from the proc test and PvP. So is there anything you're like really looking forward to as far as PvP goes, or just hoping for good fights and crossing your fingers to get some of the server issues fixed?
Yeah, I'm basically just praying for fights and just I don't have much faith in ZeniMax as a company. I hate to say it. It's just the kind of thing where it's just like you're staying with your girlfriend even though she's cheating on you 1,000 times. You're like, well, she's not going to cheat on me again. And look, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. It's just I like the fights when they work. I don't see any improvements in the near future at all, but and that's why I shifted my stream schedule to during like the early morning / afternoon, because the game's a little bit more playable then, it's more tolerable.
That's completely fair. Yeah, that's a good comparison about it though. It's like I love ESO so much. If I look up the hours I spent on console and the hours I've already spent since October, I'm like probably have put more hours into ESO than any other game, including enough years even when I was putting hours into WoW. Yeah, when it works and when things are going great, it is great. That's why I love it. And when they're going bad, it's like, but remember the good times.
Exactly. It's like, remember that one time that
it could be good again.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't want to get it. I don't want to be like, I rant enough on stream about
that's fair enough.
Yeah. Pain, don't come in with that Pepe Sedge.
All right, so yeah, we've covered a lot of things here. A couple other things I just want to kind of cover is, I feel like the answer's already been covered throughout the stream, but I just kind of sticking with some of the questions that asked on other podcasts. So, which is basically like what's next, but it's somebody who does exclusively PvP. Yeah, so I'm sure that's what's next. But
yeah, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing PvP. I'm trying to adjust my play style so that it's a little bit better because uh, I'm just trying to make it more easy on myself because I've been trying to make like a certain class work throughout the event and it doesn't work. So I turned off stream early today and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna grind this off stream. So now I'm just like grinding up something else so that I can actually get this going so that it's a little bit of an easier time for me so that it's more enjoyable. That's literally all that's next is I'm just gonna try to make PvP work however I can.
That's completely fair. That's also back to like streaming being more work than it seems, is like you're grinding off stream to make sure your on stream's going to work better.
Yeah, exactly. Like I got my whole Stam Warden geared out now. It's a lot of gold later and a lot of runs through Skyreach that I had to do after stream. So it's just I don't want to do that on stream. So having to do that off is just it's a lot better.
What is your current schedule? Since this is going to end up going out on YouTube and podcasts, what's your schedule for streaming?
Usually start around like 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern, and I go until the game becomes unplayable, which is usually around like 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. And you do that 7 days a week?
7 days a week. Yeah. Wow. Saying that out loud kind of. No, I'm kidding.
So for when I edit this for the audio only podcast, yeah, you can find Sekaar, twitch.tv/Sekaar, Sekaar, 7 days a week from starting between 10 and 11 Eastern until the game is unplayable.
I feel like that's the best way to put it because
yeah,
I'm just gonna play as long as I can.
Yeah, if it's a bad day, there's no fights and it's super laggy, there's no reason to force yourself to be on for 6 hours. Or if it's super great, there's no reason to cut yourself off early.
Exactly. I streamed for 2.5 hours today and I was just like, yeah, we're calling it. But I think the other day I streamed for like 8 hours straight. It's just that's the nature of ESO PvP, unfortunately.
Yeah. Another thing, so obviously COVID's changed a lot about the world, being able to go out, do things like that. Has COVID had an effect on your ability to stream, whether it's positive or negative? And how do you think it's going to affect once the world's out of this pandemic? Do you see it affecting your streaming in any foreseeable way?
I feel like I'm one of the very few people that have had nothing but positives come out of this. I doubled down on streaming when when COVID hit and quarantine started happening. And because a lot of people were trying to find new things to do, a lot of people came back to ESO. So I felt like this is a good time to get the streaming going again. So I feel like that's one of the biggest contributions to me coming back to Twitch back in like early June. And just being able to just like hardcore play ESO 7 days a week, just streaming. I feel like that was one of the main contributions because I already had a little bit of a community built up, but I feel like I've seen a very large growth in the past few months because of that.
Yeah, and I think even though obviously once COVID's over, people will be outside more and there'll be more things to do, I think there's a lot of people I have a lot of friends and even family who found Twitch during COVID, and now even after COVID, it's kind of become one of their more primary things. So I think it did, like, to look at silver linings of a really shitty situation. I think it brought a lot of new eyes to the platform, and some of those eyes are definitely going to stick around post-COVID.
I would completely agree with that. Yeah. It's just gaming is just one of the things where you stay home and you do you're not going out, so it's like it's perfect for it. So it's just for this kind of industry, for what you and I are doing, I feel like it's positives. I know that there are a lot of negatives that are affecting a lot of people. I know I know that, but for me personally, I feel like I've made the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it. You shouldn't feel bad about finding silver linings and making the best out of a bad situation. So
yeah,
I
completely agree.
Is there any advice for people who are streaming, or it doesn't even have to be streaming, like people who want to get into PvP? I think that's actually a good thing. Instead of advice for there's a lot of advice out there on getting into streaming, but for people who like myself or like Ella was recently, who want to get to PvP, is there any advice you'd have for them?
Don't be afraid to die. You go out, you just go out and learn. The best way to learn is firsthand knowledge. You're not going to learn, like, you can learn a few things by watching, a few different PvP streamers, and you'd be like, oh, hey, this is how I do this. But as far as like in the moment, like if you're fighting somebody else, that's the kind of thing where you're going to learn in the moment. There's no amount of preparation or whatever you can do. You can gear yourself out. You can do everything, but if you're not performing in the moment, then what is it all for? So go out, learn. You're going to die a lot, but as long as you just keep on respawning, you can come right back. You literally lose nothing for dying. You lose absolutely nothing for dying. Who cares what people say to you? If you get any whisper like, wow, you're so bad, who cares? Who cares about what other people are going to say about you? Just keep on going out there, and eventually you are going to get better. Because I was like I said earlier in the podcast, I was so unbelievably bad. I was a Magplar with a 2H at the beginning of the game, dizzying, swinging people into radiance. I was awful at the video game, but I just kept on playing, and I learned my mistakes, and I guess I'm all right now.
Yeah. So I had a couple more PvP questions as far as being all right now. So around the time I started watching your stream or was actively a part of your community, you were Emperor. And I know we do have some people in the channel who might not PvP or know what it entails being Emperor. So what does it take to be Emperor? How like big of an achievement is that?
As long as you don't sleep for 2 days, you're fine. You just have to, that's one of the things where you need to know how to make AP in and out. I know all the fastest ways to make it. I know the things that are going to give you the biggest rewards for the least amount of time, and I just know the most efficient ways to do it. So you're going to need to make as much as possible in a little time. That way you can like advance your lead as much as you can. And once you're doing that, you're just chilling for the most part. It's just about those first 1 to 2 days of grinding. And if you can get that lead, you can get that lead. If not, there are a lot of people that do like boost, and it is cheating in a way, but there are definitely ways to, if you're not going up against that, you definitely can make it work. And there are a lot of ways to be able to make AP as fast as possible to just, that way I could sleep 8 hours a night. Yeah. Even though the first 2 nights I can't.
Yeah, I didn't know how much went into that. That's why I also wanted to ask the question was for myself, because like on like Reddit and stuff, I would read posts back in the day about people getting EMP, and they'd be like, well, after a 36-hour play session.
Yeah, it's sometimes you can get lucky. I remember one of my first EMPs, actually my first one ever, I got after 2 hours of the campaign resetting. So I was lucky with that. But there are other times where it's like I started pushing and I was just gaining as much of a lead as possible, and I still didn't get crowned EMP for like 2 or 3 days just because the stars didn't align for my alliance to push it, or they just didn't like me, which happens a lot more often than you'd think.
Fair. Yeah, and so my last PvP question is obviously you taught Ela how to blow people up. So there's a question from me is like, so when are you going to teach me how to kill people in PvP so I can stop being Iron Man?
You want to come by stream tomorrow? I can get you in the group. I can get you in the group.
Yeah, I have Kieran's skills on a character now, so.
All right, perfect. I'll get some soul gems and we'll be ready.
Yeah. The podcast is about talking about like streaming and life and ESO for an hour and a half so that I can just hit you up at the end while we're in a voice call in front of like 50 people. Be like, hey, so
yeah, there's
this is all that was all this was. It's just like a very long lead in for that.
There's absolutely no way to dodge that question. Be like, I can't be like, I didn't see this message. No, sorry, man. No, I mean, I'm down whenever. Like, I'm always down to help people out with that. Like, especially like part of the community. Like, you want to learn how to PvP? Stop by. Let's do it.
Awesome. Yeah, mostly a joke, but also it wasn't a joke because I did have a lot of fun during Mid-Year Mayhem. It was my first time doing it. I'm like, oh, I died so much, but it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I did the same thing with Pain in the Axe. I taught him how to play. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's too bad for me.
Awesome. So yeah, thank you very much for doing this. This is our second one. We're trying to get some in the bank. So really appreciate you taking the time to do the podcast, talk about ESO. For those of you who weren't here at the start, we're doing podcasts currently. I just started doing them yesterday, one with KJ, today with Sakar, with streamers. I'm going to be editing these down for YouTube into like highlights, but the audio is going to get edited and put out on podcast networks here at the start of March. So I really appreciate you taking the time. I know like 3 hours, 3 hours time difference. So you had to start at like 8 at night. So appreciate you taking like a couple hours out of your evening to do this.
Oh, that's nothing for me. I would literally just be on the game, just doing other stuff. It's not a problem at all. I'm glad to do this. This is my first ever podcast or anything like this. So I was a little nervous at first, but I know I've been enjoying myself. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, don't worry. This is my second one. So it's kind of like streaming and PvP and everything else. Just figuring it out as we go. So
we'll come back a year from now and we'll do another one.
We'll do another one.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, do you want me to answer CB's question?
Yeah, I was going to actually look in chat. I was about to ask chat if people had any questions for your things, because while I was wrapping up my end of things, if chat has questions or things.
As far as my favorite streamers to fight, are you talking about for the most part, if it's a kind of like a well-known streamer, I've gotten to the point in the game where a lot of like the solo / small scale streamers, we know each other. So we kind of just let it, like, I see somebody, so I see somebody like Pain in the Axe. I look at him, I see he's fighting people. I'm like, okay, cool. See you later. And I just walk the other way. He lets me have my fights. I let him have his fights. I'm not going to interrupt his stuff. As far as other streamers, though, there are some streamers. This is going to be a little toxic, but there are some streamers that, how do I say this? Like to fight everything in sight. And I love fighting some of those people because it kind of just, it makes me feel good when that fight's over and they're dead on the ground. So I don't really want to mention any names like that because, you know, that's a little too toxic. But as far as like the small scale streamers go, 95% of them, we look at each other, we let each other get our fights, and we just go on with our day. It's just how like the high-end PvP streamer community is in a way.
Awesome. Anybody else in chat have any questions for Sakar while we have Sakar here on the podcast on the stream? Striker guy says, you can see it in the chat. Yeah. Do you prefer to run solo? Because that's Striker says that's usually how he plays.
No. I like 2-man groups. If you're solo, there's absolutely no pressure relief that you can get. So there's only a certain amount that you can do. If I'm in a solo situation, I could do like a 1v4, 1v5 maybe after like a lot of work. But if I'm with my duo partner, we can do like 2v20s like with ease and not even think about it. So I feel like you can get more done in a duo. Solo is not bad. It's just, I just feel like in this current meta and with the amount of damage that goes out, it's just not worth it anymore, especially with the way I play. Especially as a streamer, I'm going to get targeted a lot. I think duo play is my favorite. Even having 3 or 4-man people in the group, I just don't like to get the groups too big. Like when I start to get to like 4, 5, 6, 7, even that's a lot. So I prefer like duo PvP. What are your thoughts of Invispots, use or not? I'm the kind of person that's like, yo, fight me. So I'm like, come fight me. Stop this. Like, get back over here. Like, why are you running? I feel like that's enough to be said right there. Although the health and movable pots in Cyrodiil also grant invisibility. So some people, they just hit that and they just go invisible just because that's a side effect of the potion. I guess it is what it is. Can I ban Zaji? No, I'm kidding. I love him. But yeah, those are my thoughts on invis pots. Just like, get over here, stop running. Anything else, or
Yeah, anything else? I don't see anything else coming through. As long as the last question I see there. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up there. Thank you again, everybody who came by, listened to the podcast. If you caught it just here at the end, again, I'm going to touch up the audio, take out like dead spaces and like follow call outs and things like that, get it up on podcast. I'm also going to be editing it down from like the hour and a half, 2 hours we spent to basically highlights, about a 30-minute video, and getting those out here in the next couple weeks as well. So you can definitely catch that out. There's obviously also the VOD in the meantime. Dog Barks 24 says, when I see you in Zero, I tend to avoid you. You've killed me far too many times on Xbox when my faction greatly outnumbered you and the small. Oh, it's a compliment to your prowess.
I mean, you're more than welcome to come fight us. Look, I need the AP, man. Come on, dude.
Awesome.
You're not gonna learn that way by avoiding us. All right.
Awesome. So yeah, I will go ahead and disconnect the call now, but thank you again. Like, thank you for doing the podcast. Thank you for taking the time. And
No, it's my pleasure.
I will, unless something, well, I want a PvP tomorrow, like finally, but in general, where you can generally find me in the mornings is that Sakar stream whenever I don't have anything else in the morning. You can find him again, for those who don't know, I'll do a shout out, but the name is right there on the thing. Make sure if you don't know Sakar, give Sakar a follow, check out Sakar stream. Again, watching PvP, even as somebody who doesn't do PvP, is actually insanely fun. It got me interested in doing PvP, but it was just fun to watch. So awesome. Thank you again, Sakar. You have a great rest of your evening.
Thanks for having me, dude. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. I had a great time.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. I will chat at you in your stream tomorrow.
All right, man. Have a good rest of your stream.
Peace.
All right, later.
Awesome. All right. So yeah, that was earlier we did our lore Daedric Prince tournament debate with Avron and Lotus of Doom. Now we've done our podcast today with Sakar. My normal streaming time on Sundays is actually at 8 p.m. Pacific time, my time, and it's 6:30 now. So instead of putting you on hold and just trying to figure out an hour and a half, let's find somebody to raid off to. I will be back on later doing other content, but really I did a whole extra stream today to do those podcast and talk show content. So let's find somebody awesome to send people to. And after that, like I said, for those of you who will still be around later, I will be back on later. For everyone else, thanks for tuning in to the podcast and the lore stuff earlier. Thanks again. I don't know if people are still around, but thanks again to Pain in the Axe for the raid, to Vanquinix, Pain in the Axe, Cameron, for the follows. Kat, thank you so much for raiding earlier with the party of 7 while we're in the middle of content as well. So thank you everybody who's followed and hung out today. I will see some of you later. Otherwise, I will see you in the future. Veronica, the game room is, I don't believe that's somebody I have watched. Let me take a look at my list real quick, see if there's anybody I haven't raided in a while. Otherwise, we can definitely raid somebody new. Happy to. Magnus, the gamble stuff is a game we have going on this month. It does take up a lot of room in chat, so we have like about a week left of it. After February, it's going to be completely removed. I unfortunately don't have a way to remove it from chat. I am drawing the winner of the shirt giveaway. I was just trying to find somebody to raid first, but thanks for reminding me. Yeah, unfortunately, Magnus, there isn't. But it's something I wanted to try in February, and as much fun as it was, it does take up a lot of room in chat. So we are, after February, we're just gonna stop doing it. Yeah, let me go to draw that giveaway. Thanks for the reminder, because I might have read it and forgot. So Blasty, congratulations, Blasty. I'll copy that, make sure in case Blasty's not around, I get it to him. Yeah, thank you for tuning in, Magnus. I always appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, CB. I always want to try new things and see if they work. If they work, we keep building them. If they don't work, we find better things or new things to try instead. All right. So somebody mentioned the game room is Oz Veronica. I am not sure who that is. That's not meaning I won't raid them. I will go ahead and on your recommendation, I normally don't raid people I haven't watched before, but on your recommendation, I will go ahead and raid that person because I trust your judgment. So here we go. Let's meet a new friend, the game room. Oh, thanks, Damos Thea. If you ever want to be on, I'm going to be, I've really enjoyed doing these interviews. I'm going to be doing them more in the future. So, Damos or anybody else who's a streamer, if you want to do one of these, just DM me on Discord or wherever, because I would love to have more guests. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the interview, Damos. I'll check into that, Bane, for sure. All right. So we're going to the game room. We're going to meet a new friend. Let's go say hello. I accidentally shouted them out instead of rating. That's just the sort of streamer I am. Yeah, if not eggs, you know, I stream plenty of times in the week. So, all right. I'll see you. Those who I see later, I'll see you later. Otherwise, I'll see, even if I don't see you in my stream, I'll see you around the community.
Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? I appreciate you. Thank you. Dude, you guys have missed out. We've been talking about all kinds of shit. We've been talking about school. We've been talking about fart water. We've been talking about